ここは俺に任せて。もらった。四代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
私はもっと強くなる。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
Tôi nói con không biết này, thời buổi đừng cái tin cái gì trên mạng, con không hiểu không? Nhưng mà thôi, không linh tinh nữa. Vào game đi, nhanh, khẩn trương nhá. Ui giời ơi.
Piu piu,
Đỗ Messi,
nuốt 250 của tao không trôi đâu.
tao thích.
Ngày hôm nay nợ máu phải trả bằng nước màu.
Lên đường.
Piu piu,
Đỗ Messi,
piu piu,
Đỗ Messi,
piu piu.
Đỗ Messi. Thôi, ông làm gì làm luôn đi. Đỗ Messi.
Thời này ai còn bem như ngoài đời thật. Muốn giải quyết mâu thuẫn hãy vào Mobile Legends.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
ơi Bill ơi, lùi đừng 1-3 Bill đừng Bill.
Ok bạn ơi, mà lên 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 nè.
Cố lên cho anh ơi. Để em giúp anh.
Bàn hết chúng nó đi anh em. Này thì mày quýnh tao này.
Chơi game là phải như thế chứ.
Phải Vinisa, Legend. Bốn anh em mình Legend.
Vinita, Legend. Nhưng mà nhớ giả bạn 250 nhé.
ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。じゃあ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せて。もらった。四代目ほかげを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
私はもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
Tôi nói cũng biết này, thời buổi đừng cái tin cái gì trên mạng, có không hiểu không? Nhưng mà thôi, không linh tinh nữa. Vào game đi, nhanh, khẩn trương nhá. Ui giời ơi.
Piu piu,
Đỗ Messi,
nuốt 250 của tao không trôi đâu.
tao thích.
Ngày hôm nay nợ máu phải trả bằng nước màu.
Lên đường.
Piu piu,
Đỗ Messi,
piu piu,
Đỗ Messi,
piu piu.
Đỗ Messi. Thôi, ông làm gì làm luôn đi. Đỗ Messi.
Thời này ai còn bem như ngoài đời thật. Muốn giải quyết mâu thuẫn hãy vào Mobile Legends.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Piu ơi, lùi đừng 1 2 3, Piu, đừng Piu.
Ok bạn ơi, mà lên 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 tôi hết mà nga
Cố lên các anh ơi. Để giúp anh.
よっしゃ第
Bằng
7
hết chúng nó đi anh em.
ここに
Này thì mày uống cao này.
ってばよ
Chơi game là phải như thế chứ.
phải finisher đi legend bốn anh em mình legend
Vinita, Legend. Nhưng mà nhớ giả bạn 250 nhé.
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞクラマ力を貸してくれよっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ
は俺に任せて。もらった。四代目ほかげを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
私はもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
Tôi nói các bạn biết này, thời buổi đừng cái tin cái gì trên mạng, các bạn hiểu không? Nhưng mà thôi, không linh tinh nữa. Vào game đi, nhanh, khẩn trương nhá. Ui giời ơi.
Piu piu,
Đỗ Messi,
nuốt 250 của tao không trôi đâu.
tao thích.
Ngày hôm nay nợ máu phải trả bằng nước màu.
Lên đường.
Piu piu,
Đỗ Messi,
piu piu,
Đỗ Messi,
piu piu.
Đỗ Messi. Thôi, ông làm gì làm luôn đi. Đỗ Messi.
Thời này ai còn bem như ngoài đời thật. Muốn giải quyết mâu thuẫn hãy vào Mobile Legends.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Tiêu ơi, lùi đừng 1 2 3, Tiêu, đừng Tiêu.
Ok bạn ơi, mà lên 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 tới mà nè.
Cố lên cho anh ơi. Để giúp anh.
よっしゃ第
Tàn tàn hết
7
chúng nó đi anh em. Này thì mày uống cao này.
ってばよ
Chơi game là phải như thế chứ.
Phải Vinisa, Legend. Bốn anh em mình Legend.
Vinita, Legend. Nhưng mà nhớ giả bạn 250 nhé.
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞクラマ力を貸してくれよっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ
ここは俺に任せてもらった四代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
Welcome back to the M Challenge Cup for Mekong. It's season 5 and we are finally in the playoffs. How you doing? My name is Leo. This right here is Husky, and we're about to bring you 2 best of 5s. Husky, how are you?
Doing great. 2 best of 5. We finally went from the appetizer to now the main course. Top 4 teams. And by the end of today, only 2 will survive and be 1 step only from going to Riyadh for that wild card slot. I'm excited because we've seen some great performances from some of these teams, especially the Laotians, and we both have them on our list to make it through to join the Vietnamese reps of Legion Esports, and I hope to see some great games today.
These are the teams remaining, and this is what the bracket looks like. Again, we have sifted through the 2 groups, Group A and Group B, and we have found top 1 and 2 from each group, paired them up across the brackets, and the winners of tonight's matches will be facing off on Sunday. Is that Sunday? Yeah, that's right. They'll be facing off on Sunday for a best of 7.
Sunday best of 7, and even in this top 4 there are no takebacks, right? There's no reruns. Once you lose your series, it is good night and goodbye for the rest, at least for the rest of the season until we start the second half of the year. This is the brackets for today with 2 best of 5, starting with Nightmare Esports up against KOG, King of Legends, followed by RLG against Leon Esports. There's a lot to look forward to. We both have our secret bingo card where we want both Nightmare and Leon to meet in the grand finals, but they gotta win their series today first.
And that's easier said than done. We don't know what these teams look like when they compete against each other. They were cross-bracketed from the group stage, but they are all fighting for the chance to go to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia to compete in the MSC wildcard to make it to the group stage and of course take home the bag that is $3,000 US. The runner-up will take home 1G, and then already by getting to this point, they have a guaranteed $500. So what better way to celebrate than to compete in MLBB? You flew out to Vietnam to play MLBB in Ho Chi Minh City, and then you have the chance to fly out one more time.
Yeah, it's a crazy thing, right? When you get to wild cards, I believe as long as you step onto the MSC stage itself, you already got yourself a bit of a small bag, right? You've already guaranteed yourself something. So getting through to these qualifiers, sure, 3G seems big, but beyond that is another horizon. You not only guarantee yourself an even bigger experience, a bigger stage, more money, but most importantly is the experience that you get competing with the best teams from around the world.
We just saw the teams about to compete. Once again, that is King of Gamers Club from Thailand. They are the number 1 seeded team out of their qualifiers held earlier this year. And then they're facing off against number 2. I can't believe it. I'm saying number 2 out of Laos, Nightmare. Because if you're an MLBB Esports fan and you've been here for quite a while, you'll know that Nightmare is a name that carries weight. Nightmare has been on the international stage for quite a few years now, but suddenly they fell number 2, and it's clear that they struggled in the group stage. Husky, what do you think is going to happen here between Nightmare and KOG?
I'm personally with Nightmare. I think Nightmare hasn't really proven their worth just yet. There were definitely some moments where I felt like they dropped the ball, they got a bit sloppy, and that's not the Nightmare I know, right? Like the Jasmine I know, that's not the Cammy I know, that's not the Lexi that I know. But I would say KOG, they've shown some good promises, some very good fundamentals in playing the game, and this, I think, is the true test. If KOG can draw blood from Nightmare Esports, and I think the Thailand's fans can rejoice that there is hope for the future.
Our good friend Dr. Marks is casting this across the border here. He is on the Thai broadcast. But consider this. Nightmare have now employed 2 Filipino imports playing in the starting 5. That is Bai Lucy in the XP lane and I did in mid. Those are 2 Filipino players, Husky.
Yeah, and usually when we hear about Filipino imports, we're thinking about players who come from literally the best region in the world. And these two, they have proven that they continue to carry the reputation of the Philippines itself. We jump into the draft, KOG blue side, led by good old Song Jin Woo. And then we got Coach Alain for Nightmare. It's straight up a Baxia first ban, which has been the norm for quite a while across the entire MLBB ecosystem.
Has been quite the favorite, not just in Mekong, but all around the world. Baksha has been making a renaissance for himself, able to be played in the XP lane, in the roam, and then sometimes, in specific situations in the jungle. Now Nightmare have a few choices to make here. Do we ban the chip? Do we ban the Loyi? Do we ban the Kalia? Or of course, just rely on the usual, just get rid of Fanny.
Yeah, let's get rid of the Fanny. Just save yourself some headache. I think we've only seen like Fanny once in the Mekong. I can't even remember because she's such a rare sight. But Loyi ban was also pretty popular in the group stage, where a lot of teams they just straight up ban Loyi without even considering a Loyi pick. Chip, for Chip, it's quite a surprising one because I think Chip has been picked like 3 times in total, and all 3 times Chip has been picked has resulted in a landslide of a victory.
You are correct in assuming that Fanny was played just once, and it was played by King of Gamers. So yeah, no, Nightmare did their homework. Coach Alain said, hey, Mess can play the Fanny. It will struggle quite a bit. I remember that being not as clean of a game, but better safe than sorry. KOG taking out the Matilda. Nightmare taking out the Lucas. This is another KOG special. Coach Song Jin Woo, he's gonna have to dig deep. That's 2 favorites for Mess taken out of the equation right now. He's gonna have to rely on the Suyo, the Joy, other heroes that Mess has played, and he failed with those heroes. Again, it could be because he was playing against Leon, but a loss is a loss.
Yeah, we're definitely going into a assassin jungler matchup for sure, right? Like 2 of Mess's, the Mess's signature has been banned, which was the Lucas, like you said. With the Fredrin Baksha also banned, no Fanny. We're looking at Joy, Haya, Suyo. Nightmare really zoning in on locking out Mess's hero pool, but this is where they have to make a decision, right? Do they let Kalea through? Jusin first pick has also been reviewed a couple of times on that blue side and has led to decent results, but Kalea has always been that first pick material, and Nightmare bans it out.
All right, so left out on the table, the gold lane duo, Harith, Granger, still out there. Zushin, very much open here. Farsa as well. Like, you can make a pretty solid mid trio, but oh wait, KOG jumps the gun, picks up the Kimmy first. Again, it's a decent flex. Like, you don't know if it's going to mid or gold, but this soon with everything else open?
Yeah, it's more of a MPL MY flavor. Like, we first pick Kimmy quite often, so seeing it going over to KOG, it gives them flex, but also we have picks like the Badang, right? The Badang on that red side has also been quite popular as a red 1-2 pick. Badang Harith is a decent opening. The chip also left open, so Nightmare will pick that up, and we haven't even put into consideration that there's a Loyi potential, but Nightmare are not worried about that. They take the Joy first, so 2 power picks for the Laotians.
Nightmare going for map control, going for the potential snowball. Given that in their series, they were the one who were banning Chip against ESB Titans, against RLG Vietnam. They were the ones banning the Chip. So this must be a sigh of relief that, hey, we finally have the Chip unlocked. Let's see how well they play with the Chip, because there's got to be a plan here, right? Coach Alain could not just be looking at Jasmine and saying, Jasmine, Chip's open. You want a chip? Like, I'm pretty sure this was like, chip, finally!
I think KOG, you can say the same for KOG too, right? I would like to believe that they first picked the Kimmy over the chip for a very good reason. They should have an answer. Badang is not too bad of an answer, you know, as long as you get a good fist break in when they come to the portal, you can actually just, you know, have all of them trapped in between the confines of your wall. The Hayabusa too, going into the joint matchup. And Haven has decent properties to dive the back line. Granger going over to Nightmare Esports. And now Nightmare, they can start banning out gold laners, right? You ban out power picks like Harif. Again, I think Moskov is a very good hero to consider. I highly doubt Sugar is going to run 1-1 in this comp because it would be a hell of a game if he plays 1-1. But yeah, Harif ban, I think Moskov deserves to be banned. Maybe the Farsa if they are worried the Kimmy being flexed into the goal.
Going into the second phase, this is odd. Coach Song Jin-woo banning out the X-Borg. At this point in the game, usually when you ban out the X-Borg, it's because you're playing a solid utility jungler and you have a good front line that you want to protect from the true damage X-Borg brings to the table, but that's not what they're playing with right here. You see the Hayabusa, and I'm trying to look for a pattern. They did ban X-Borg once in the group stage, but even then it felt like a weird ban, like a ban that they didn't really need.
I wonder what does it hint towards Nightmare, because this X-Borg, you know, he's good at peeling away beefy immobile heroes. In this case, there's none of that present. They ban out the Farsa too, so they're taking away long range artillery. They don't want Nightmare to have that reach. But if it indicates anything, what are they trying to go for? Like Hylos, Tigreal? They definitely need a secondary answer to a chip aside from just a Badang. So I assume they're looking for big bulky setup roamers and put this Badang XP into the Hilda, which is not too bad of a choice, honestly.
I think that puts it at neutral. Because again, the Hilda is going to eat the Hayabusa alive. Might even find the Kimmy, you know, roaming around the back line. Because Hildas can do that. They can just run up and smack patrolling marksman like Kimmy. But KOG, this reveals everything. This shows us like what their answer to the chip is and where the Kimmy and the Badang will finally go. That's what I'm hoping to understand. Song Jin-woo pulls the trigger. There's the Lo Yi. There's the Phoveus. Confirmed this is a roam Badang. I'm worried about their front line, Husky. Is that safe to say that their front line isn't as solid?
Yeah, I think the front line of KOG isn't the most solid one. You're relying heavily on Badang and the Phoveus, which again, I don't think this X-Borg is a thing. I feel like if anything, that glue will probably be a bigger threat, if not for the Hilda's presence on the side of Nightmare. So they pick up the Selena, which is again a great way to just deal with the Loi diversion. You know, you get the spot of vision. So Kimmy indeed goes into gold lane. I definitely favor Nightmare's draft a bit more. I think there's a lot of pressure put onto KOG's, you know, front line, and they both have quite heavy committal type of front line, right? Like these two teams have ways to move around the map. It's a battle of creativity. Who can find the better angle?
I'm with you, Husky. Last time we saw the Selena in the hands of I Did, it ended in under 12 and a half minutes. That's how scary Nightmare is when they get their hands on a signature pick like this. And they like to put it in the last part of the draft. Like, they never just pick the Selena just cause. So they know that the draft is set up. They know that there's enough targets for Nightmare's cores to deal with. And of course, Jasmine's chip to set it all up. KFG, though, it's not like they don't have responses. It's not like they don't have any outs. But they have to protect Sugar. Like this lineup lives and dies on Sugar getting that DOT.
Oh yes, it's the same as how KOG has played majority of their games leading up to this point, where Sugar is the main DPS. Like Mesture, like he's been playing a lot of Lucas in the group stage, and he's the one that's diving in. But when push comes to shove, it's Sugar that really clutches it out for the team. The rest of the team are just utilities. Like Murpapi, you give him utility type of heroes, he's going to fulfill all the checklists. But against Nightmare Esports, there's a lot of things that he needs to watch out for, right? Good diversion timing. How is KOG going to deal with a chip opening up a portal in the back line? Because again, Phoveus and Badang not really the most effective at dealing with it. There's limitations to what they can provide.
Here we go, game number 1. Folks, strap in because it's going to be a long night. 2 best of 5s coming your way. Single elimination. You lose a series, you're out. Take your $500 and get out of here. Such is the nature of the M Challenge Cup. Only one goes to MSC. Only one gets to fly out to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Quick action in mid.
Trade between both mid laners. Of course, the chip concussive blast helping out the wave clear a bit more, but it ends up being neutral. Both roamers really just guarding each other, and I think 0367 has the right idea, making sure that Jasmine doesn't just randomly disappear from the map and causes trouble elsewhere on the right? I think the only 2 lanes they can attack are the mid lane on the Loi and onto Sugar in the bottom lane, where you have lane pressure with the Granger. They trap Jasmine along the wall just to make sure that Litho goes over to Mess, and KOG off to a very standardized start.
Say what you will about the Little Wanderer going to KOG, but Husky, do you see this glaring 300, 400 gold lead out of nowhere? Like they just, they comfortably farm out. Like where'd that come from?
I think it's a XP crab, gold crab. It's almost a full clear already done by Too Easy for Lexi, right? There's no camp steal for Mess, so I think that's where the minor gold lead comes from. Too Easy for Lexi and attempted gang the mid lane. Mess couldn't get the shadow kill. Good flicker from I did. Let's re-engage on Too Easy for Lexi. Doesn't want to risk it for the biscuit. Both teams disengage.
Impressive work by Nightmare juggling KOG's aggression, because again, KOG are not leaving anything to chance. If they find a pickoff, if they find a opportunity to strike, they will, but luckily Nightmare have the tools. I don't know how often I say this, but the chip, his passive, it's amazing. It's a built-in Guardian's Helm.
It is, you know, when he has some free time, he snacks a little bit, gets his health back, make sure that he is, you know, topped up to go for more action. It's something that, you know, players who are not used to seeing chip sometimes overlook. There is going to be a bit of fight at the turtle pit. Here comes the diversion just to get some vision. As Naracon is going to go straight onto Too Easy for Lexi. The fist crack even comes out. Too Easy for Lexi. Good juke. A flicker committed from Naracon and gets a double whammy. Double kill at the Beetle. The foot KOG finds Turtle.
They picked the wrong fight with the wrong hero. They had the right intent, but they just locked out. That was unfortunate. Look at this again. They had the right idea. Let's clump up so that Mess can't kill us with the shadow kill. We can juggle the strikes. But the dashes that led to that clumping up triggered Naracorn's Infernal Pursuit and Bob's Your Uncle. Amazing start for KOG. Like, I don't know if they set that up or if that was part of the plan, but Nightmare now to recover.
One of the best possible start you could ask for as a Phoveus. Look at that, Leo. He just got a first item, Radiant Armor, under 3.5 minutes. He is ready to tank some serious numbers for Nightmare for quite a while. And he does some nasty damage, right? Like, Phoveus is a hero that you can go full tank and he can still 1v1 your cores.
Oh no, that is the way to play Phoveus right now. Take it from the mouth of the... straight out of the horse's mouth, almost literally. Stanford, oh my god, hold up! Kami gets caught out here. Oh no.
Walks into the full combo of 0367. I did try to jump onto him. There's a diversion used by Murpapi just to get up, but now Sugar needs to get away. A flicker committed from ID to get a kill for himself. And Kami also finds one.
I'd say that's a great trade. I do think that puts Nightmare at about neutral once more, taking out the gold laner this early. Mess threatening Kami here. All right, some time to recover. Oh, the shortcut.
I lose leading most of the damage. Two downs, bullet here, arrow there. He is straight up gone. Tries to go for Kami, couldn't find it, but backup comes in with the help of the diversion. That's the creativity we want to see, Leo. Just cross map movements all day.
One step forward, 2 steps back. Nightmare, when they were just about to get some room to breathe, gets stepped on and not the fun kind, by KOG. This is not looking like a Lord that Nightmare can contest once more.
Yeah. I thought they went for diversion, but they actually just took the chip portal and then they diversion back into the mid lane. So KOG ended up being one step ahead just because of that, which is, I guess, one of the cons of having a shortcut. Your enemies can take it, unlike the diversion, where it's only exclusive to you and your teammates. So I would say Sugar has to be very careful being there alone. He's not in a good position. He's gonna jetpack over the wall. This KOG will get the second turtle for themselves.
Unfortunate how these setups by Nightmare are biting them in the behind. Like, this is not how you want to play when you have a Chip, a Selena, a Joy. Obviously, it's back to recovery mode for Nightmare. They're on their back foot. I'm not even gonna mince my words here. Sure, you're just down 1,000 gold. Yes, it's just 2 turtles. It's still, you know, post-laning in the least, but they wanted a better start. Like, this is not the start they were looking for.
Yeah, it's such a rare sight to see Loyi and Chip on different teams in the same game. Did you guys have it in MPL Philippines? I can't remember, because we haven't had that in Malaysia, where you have a Loyi on team A and, you know, and a Chip on the other.
Oh yeah, no. If I'm not mistaken, in the grand finals alone, there was a draft that had both a Chip and Loyi, and then that was disgusting, as you'd expect.
Wow, that's a great traction pulse from Sugar to stop the shortcut. Now backup is going to come in. This Chip is in a very rough place. Finally dropped the shortcut, but no one wants to come to the portal. Fed right to the Sugar.
All right, memory serves me right. It was the very last game, Game 7, had a Chip and a Loyi all together with a Glue, a Granger, and Hayabusa. So it came out to how you expected. But here, at least, we split it between 2 lineups. Both teams have one or the other. And Nightmare are struggling to find a way to use their Chip. They're losing map-wide.
And 0367 with a great setup. Sugar gets a killing spree. I believe that's his first Sky Piercer stack. First 10 stacks. So KOG continues to ramp it up. We're looking at a 2k goal advantage, 7 minutes in, 3rd turtle up on the list. KOG in prime position to contest it. Or they might go for even more. Another fist break into 2EC for Lexi. He's trapped with the wall and Narcon just shows right up. Mega kill for Sugar. And Narcon is going to chase Lexi away. KOG now turns to the objective.
It went from bad to worse for Nightmare. Even Narcon is buying so much time. Gets picked off by 3. And it was all in service to that turtle take. How does Nightmare recover here? They do get a steal here. That is Lexi going for the purple. Oh no, Lexi might be stuck here. Lexi might get cornered.
Red team turret has been
Depending on where
destroyed.
0367 goes, he gets spotted out by the Litho. But Lexi still will be noted by KOG, managing to dash to safety. The chip comes to the border as well. That's the conceal being used, dropping right onto Berpapi. They're gonna try and catch him. A good stun onto Badang, so he can provide backup, and they still lost the chip though. It's a 1-for-1 trade so far. Lexi wants to go for Sugar, ends up dying instead with the help of the turret. KOG still ends up with the win.
Messy approaches the fights. Nightmare, I could only assume, right? This might be a comms lapse because they're picking fights they shouldn't have. Oh my god! Kami got his flicker on cooldown. There's nowhere he was gonna go.
It was like, what, 5 seconds off too. Now this orange buff will be stolen by KOG. They are off to incredible start. 4,000 gold lead. This is not what I expected coming into game 1. Nightmare, they just got Jasmine his fleeting time. This chip is 0-5. Hasn't really found much success yet. Even shortcuts that led to kills ended up being unfavorable trades because KOG were just using the chip shortcut as a secondary diversion. And the targeted one too, with 0367, great setup on the 2 more members of Nightmare. That's godlike for Sugar.
Oh! What would you have done? There's no correct response to a diversion perfectly set up like that.
Man, Cammy didn't even bother using his flicker. I'm pretty sure he saw the diversion circle, but figured that he was going to go down anyways. Now first Lord coming up. Holy Crystal for Lexi, who all things considered, Lexi probably is the most farm members on Nightmare, I would assume, with that Holy Crystal under 10 minutes. Still a decent timing considering his 2 deaths so far. But Nightmare have to play from behind. Another diversion to catch the top wave.
If KOG lose this game, it's 150% their fault. Getting a position this dominant with the kind of deaths Nightmare is serving up to you, with the lead that you have across the lane for lane matchup, Narakorn is calling shots. Narakorn is dictating where Nightmare can go and what fights they can take. If some way, somehow KOG lose this, I don't know how they recover mentally. Look at this. Husky at 6,000 up. The map, like there's nowhere for Nightmare to go. A comeback here would be completely KOG's undoing.
Oh yes. I think the silver lining is that Nightmare, it's just the first Lord, right? They should end up saving all the structures. We see even for Papi, he's prepping for a diversion if the need arises. The Lord eventually gets taken care of. Holy defense in bottom and mid will eventually get popped, but all things considered, it's not too bad. They just gotta hold this. Gotta hold this defense. Fashion Pulse doesn't get anyone back in the diversion just to get some vision. KOG wants a bit more pressure, but pressure is denied.
Alright, that's all outer turrets taken out. A holy defense up top, the only thing Nightmare is holding on to, and then from there, it's just the turrets protecting themselves. The lead going up to now 7,000 gold. And Nightmare are getting denied resources. Like, KOG's gonna start freezing here.
I hope they do. Actually harsh up the middle wave. You know, so ideally you want to freeze all waves and just sit in KOG's jungle. Because this chip so far hasn't been able to provide much value to the team. And KOG, they can always make these cross-map movements. So letting the minion waves come out of the map actually poses a bigger threat to Nightmare. Hope they just freeze the mid lane, the next mid wave. Diversion to purple buff in case Nightmare is there. So again, KOG just one step ahead.
I did throwing out arrows, throwing out traps, ensuring that the coast is clear and they can't contest. Oh, this is dirty. They leave the baby purple. Husky, they left the baby purple. Nothing for Lexi to get there.
Yeah, thank God Lexi cleared it out. So you start the countdown timer. Even this Badang, like 0367 has been doing a great job. Like this setup has contributed to KOG getting a huge lead. And Jasmine just got spotted out by Narakorn, and he's trying to run away. With the diversion committed, Jasmine is forced to commit a flicker, but 0367 was thinking about a flicker engaged, but decides against it, right? Lord just spawned, KOG focuses on the objective.
Nightmare still in no position to contest. Jasmine nowhere near enough to try and send a shortcut assault. And instead they'll work the other side of the map. Nightmare here. Sends too easy for Lexi to clear up a wave there and maybe, just maybe, clear that tier 2 up top.
0367 will deny that attempt too. He's already there. But KOG so far has been covering all their bases very, very well. For the past few minutes, Jasmine has not been able to find a good angle to go for a shortcut flank. The last one that we saw was in the top lane where they took out Merpapi, but still ended up being a disadvantageous trade at the very end. And right now, KOG, they're not worried about the chip anymore. In fact, they are so strong that they could afford to just split up their members and set up the waves.
Yep. I mean, it's not as easy of a answer, a response when you need a fight with the diversion and the shortcut, but that's what you buy with the advantage you have, you know? What is this now? 9k, 8k gold lead? You can afford to have a margin of error as big. And now looking at the map, looking at how they're syncing up with that Lord, I'm guessing at least 1 or 2 inhibitors are falling.
I have a feeling the bottom one is going to fall. They clear out the mid one. Top one, they will leave it to slow push. And this is the important push with the Lord. KOG knows it. There's a diversion being used. They send everyone to the backline and instantly takes out Cammy. Immaculate execution from KOG without the Granger is a 4v5 and Nightmare have a lot of job that need to do. Too easy for Lex. He tries to run down the back line. Actually, he gets Sugar. It's not too bad with the help of the shortcut. They get 2, but still, KOG run down the Crystal.
The Thai squad start the day with a bang, bang. Game 1 goes to King of Gamers Club. All Thai watcher, all Thai MLBB enjoyers just take off their seats and say, hey, we beat the once #1 team out of Laos. What now? Husky, this is scary because Nightmare got their signature picks. Like, they were very comfortable with that draft.
They were, right? Like, they even did their homework and ban out, Messer's hero, the infamous Lucas. But now we know that KOG has a way deeper hero pool. Look at this, MVP 0367 didn't even bother getting a tier 2 boost. Just some rough rugged sandals, rough rugged boots, more than enough to get him around the map with the help of the diversion. So Lucas Jungle is just the tip of the iceberg. This Loi or Merpapi is a planetary level threat. Like, Nightmare had no way to deal with KOG's draft. I'm proven wrong. I stand corrected, right? I thought Nightmare is gonna win the draft, but KOG played it to perfection.
No, the stats will tell you that Nightmare should have won, right? Their performance in the group stage, how confident they were going into the game. But you're right. Again, they need to call the Laotian Avengers to get rid of Merpapi here. If not 0367, I think Merpapi would have been the MVP, the other MVP of Game 1. So, congratulations to KOG again. First to the board, but slow and steady wins the race. It's a race to 3 here, a best of 5. So, 2 more wins for KOG. Nightmare Esports don't have to sweat just yet, but there's a lot to work on. Again, you lose Game 1, it's fine, but you look back at the performance, you consider what just happened. Nightmare can't take it easy. Nightmare can't rest.
Yeah. I think for Nightmare, they look back at Game 1 is sure we have to adjust the draft a little bit, but it's not a matter of we had the worst draft. It's just we probably need to adjust what KOG can get, right? Like, KOG got away with every single pick under the sun. All the power picks go to them. They were winning lanes, they were winning first objectives, and it just puts Nightmare in too uncomfortable of a position to make a comeback.
We'll talk more about what Nightmare can do to bounce back in this series when we come back after a short break. You're watching the M Challenge Cup for Mekong. We'll see you soon.
せてやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
Tôi nói các bạn biết này, thời buổi đừng cái tin cái gì trên mạng, các bạn hiểu không? Nhưng mà thôi, không linh tinh nữa. Vào game đi, nhanh, khẩn trương nhá. Ui giời ơi.
Piu piu,
Đỗ Messi,
nuốt 250 của tao không trôi đâu.
tao thích.
Ngày hôm nay nợ máu phải trả bằng nước màu.
Lên được.
Piu piu,
Đỗ Messi,
piu piu,
Đỗ Messi,
piu piu.
Đỗ Messi. Thôi, ông làm gì làm luôn đi. Đỗ Messi.
Thời này ai còn bem như ngoài đời thật. Muốn giải quyết mâu thuẫn hãy vào Mobile Legends.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Piu ơi, piu ơi, lùi đừng 1-3. Piu 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 piu, đừng piu.
Ok, bạn ơi, lên, 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 tôi hết mà nè, tôi hết mà nè.
Cố lên các anh ơi, để giúp anh.
Bắn hết chúng nó đi anh em. Này thì mày quýnh cao này.
Chơi game là phải như thế chứ. Phải Vinisa, Legend. Bốn anh em mình, Legend, Legend. Vinisa, Legend.
Nhưng mà nhớ giả bạn 250 nhé.
Welcome back. You caught us smack dab in the middle of a best of 5 between Nightmare Esports from Laos and KOG from Thailand. KOG first of the board here. It's now down to Nightmare to show us how they recover. His name is Husky. My name is Leo. We saw how KOG got away with so much in the draft. Is that where Nightmare starts?
Yep, I agree. I think that's where Nightmare starts. Start with limiting or manipulating what KOG can get in the draft, right? They started with a Kimmy first pick, and then they gave over a chip over to Nightmare, and I thought that, okay, Nightmare got a pretty decent trade, right? Kimmy for a chip, and then we completely forgot about that Loyi that came through in the end, thanks to this Kimmy flex pick. KOG getting a Badang, a Phobius on top of that when there's a Joy on Nightmare's side. It felt like KOG were the ones getting the better end of the trade despite Nightmare trying to initiate one that's favorable for them.
And fortunately, they have time to do that. They have time to experiment with responses. They have time to figure out if it is the draft, it is those trades that matter, or if it was gameplay. Because if you look back, I think KOG, they also played fast and loose with a few of their diversions and then caught members of Nightmare kind of lacking. They were sleeping on their positioning. I think that's a valid point as well. Like, tighten up how Jasmine protects Cammy, tighten up how Lexi rotates. I think a fair ratio of that would be 60 the draft, 40 on execution.
Yeah. There was a moment in that bottom lane where we saw an attempted gank onto KOG, where Jasmine drops the shortcut, and the rest of KOG just took the same shortcut and ended up, getting a better trade. That's something that I think Nightmare, if they do get the chip again, they need to pay attention to, right? When you open the shortcut, there's a portal where your teammates last were standing before they enter the portal. Sometimes you gotta make sure that your teammates aren't exactly too close to your opponents so that they don't take the portal and provide reinforcement, which was what happened in game 1. I would think that that Nightmare, if they are on red side again, they need to start thinking about maybe a Phovis ban that we have seen, or maybe a Loyi ban if it ever comes down to that.
That Phovis really messed up Nightmare. Even if it looked like there was a good answer in the Hilda, it was too specific. It was too in the situation, just to answer the Hayabusa, win the laning phase. But alas, Nightmare now have a chance to redeem themselves. Out of blue side, Coach Alain now taking control with the first ban. Coach Song Jinwoo now able to respond. What do we take out first? The Baksha was banned, the Fredrin earlier, game 1. Oh, here we go. Already, respect bans for the Phovis and the Badang.
Yeah. Two of the biggest playmakers, or the biggest brick walls for KOG in game 1. That already is a good adjustment. You take away the tools that KOG could use to speed up the tempo in the game, especially when they are ahead. It was a big deterrent to Jasmine's chip, and it also poses the question for KOG, right? We still haven't seen a chip being banned now. The fan is still open. The Kalea is still open too. I think if you're a Nightmare, you don't ban heroes. You don't look at the heroes that you can, how to put it, that you can use as a bargaining chip, right? You ban out bigger heroes like the Lucas that KOG is comfortable with, and now you throw the ball over to KOG. Who are they going to ban?
If they don't ban the Kalea, Nightmare's picking it up. Jasmine will be happy to serve up a few Tsunami Slams. And, okay. Instead, it's the Kimmy they ban out. So no Kimmy for Cammy. If this isn't the Kalea, it's got to be the Loyi.
Huh. Yeah, should be the Kalea. Kalea, chip is still open. And KOG, they have the choice. If they really want to go, a big Kahuna place, you can pick Chip Loyi if they want. Obviously, there's still Joy open up. Harif is also still up on the table if that's what they fancy.
They can just go Loyi something. An early Suyo though. After the rework, I wouldn't pick Suyo this early. Not even with his favorite roamer combo in the Jawhead. This is a very December 2024 kind of draft. But in 2025, especially after that nerf on his passive, this seems too soon.
Mm-hmm. Man, the Fanny is completely ignored, right? If Nightmare wants to pick the Fanny, then they can go ahead and do just that. They are going to go with the Fredrin instead. Fredrin 1-1. So Fanny is going to get completely sidelined in this game number 2.
All right. Odd that Nightmare isn't bearing down on the magic damage threat. I'd reckon that's one of the few things that will stop KOG in their tracks with the Suyo, but I guess they have another plan here. They have a different response. KOG, one more pick here. There's so many left on the board. They blocked out their chip, right? They're not chipping here. Not at all. They have a Jawhead already. Do they still Loyi?
I think you can Loyi if you want. Right, there's still some macro play that they can present with heroes like Suyo and Jawhead, but instead they go for the Granger. They want to make sure that they win out, or they have some pressure in that gold lane. Sugar has had a great game 1 performance on the Kimmy, but he's also shown very admirable display with the Granger too.
Okay. That is Sugar happy with a hard carry in the Granger. KOG now banning out heroes that, again, take out the aforementioned Suyo quickly from afar. There goes the Farsa. Nightmare can ban out more XP lane choices. Do they want to do that? Yes, they do. There's the glue.
Yeah, two ban being banned makes so much sense now because there's Kalia and the Fredrin. I do like that one. I know that KOG in game 1 they did ban out the export, though I don't think that is going to be what they're looking for now. In fact, if anything, they probably can consider an export in the XP lane. What else do they have left? I mean, there's still the Hilda, there's still the CC. That we also seen the CC picked in the group stage as well with a decent, degree of success.
Could be up next on the docket for Nightmare, since they have already committed 3 bans alone to solid XP laners. And there's another one. KOG bans out the Hilda, who again, throwing back to December 2024, even early 2025 was a solid answer to the likes of the Suyo and the Granger. Because again, a hero that can hunt down softies just changes the game. Like you play in fear when there is a constant threat of a 6'5", 200-pound Amazon woman with a big axe out for you. So I get what KOG is getting at. Coach Sung Jin Woo, fast on his feet, good thinking. And now Nightmare finally take out the Lo Yi. So no cross-map plays. The main thing that beat them in game 1, no longer on the board.
Not only that, we also... I just noticed that we haven't seen a single Hanzo being picked up in the Mekong region. Right? Hanzo, jungle, completely ignored. They really gravitate a lot more towards the more usual picks, right? That has been popular for at least half a year. I think now you tap into the XP pick, right? So many XP laners have been banned out. You still Hylos, you still Gatot, I guess. But instead they picked the Sicilian. So it's the ultra late game duo, Sicilian and the Granger, the infinite scalers.
Okay. I'm afraid for KOG. This seems like a very greedy lineup. Takes a lot of time. One hell of a snowball if you want to speed that up. But now it's all in Nightmare's hands. How do you punish that? They pick up the CC, blind into whatever the XP laner of KOG might be, and the Eve to help close that gap between them and the Granger. And here comes KOG putting the X-Borg in the XP lane to face off against the CC.
All right. So that's kind of what I expected. I had that in the back of my mind. Still, CC is going to pack a punch against the X-Borg, right? If you trade, if you play with your cooldowns, you can still threaten to break the Faraga armor. But X-Borg is going to be the main body for KOG to keep this Fredrin and Kalia away. So a lot of weight is going to be on the X-Borg because this Jawhead, he wants to attack, he wants to grab his target. But KOG have insurance policy, right? They can play from very long range thanks to Sicilian Granger. And if the game goes late, they don't mind playing that long game due to the capacity to infinitely scale.
But what is infinite scaling if the game is over? I think Nightmare with the Kalia and the CC and the Eve have a nice ramp up to the 1-1, getting a mid-game power spike that could end the game quickly. Let's see, again, it comes down to execution. This is the same situation we had in game 1, right? Where we looked at KOG's draft and said, oh, you don't have a solid front line. You're relying on damage to fend off Nightmare's solid draft. But they got away with it. They did it. It comes down to Nightmare to learn from the mistakes of game 1 and say, hey, this draft looks solid. We have to see it through. We have to play it well too.
One of the main difference also is KOG in this game 2 draft, they don't have the most crowd control, right? Most of it is front loaded on this Jawhead. Every other member on their team, they have some crowd control like Sicilian, like Suyo, but it's a lot more harder to land. So with that in mind, Nightmare, they can get away with some more risky plays if they play it right, as long as you don't run into big nukes from the core players of KOG.
That is a purple start and then a mirror from the other side. And this is what you get with a Jawhead Suyo lineup. You are infinitely faster. Look at that. Mess is done with both of his buffs while Nightmare is still catching up. So there's about 100, 200 gold lead. But look at this. In the XP lane, by Lucy is bullying Narakorn.
That is not really how you want to lane into the CC. Ideally, once the CC starts, swinging her yo-yos with that first ability, you back off so that she hits the minion, and then when the minion pushes in, at least you get wave control. That's why Mess shows up to help bail Narcon out and even get the first blood through the Vengeance, turning the lane state around. So Narcon really gets a free passage now to keep the lane to himself.
The former RSGPH XP laner gets squashed there. Did not expect for Mess to rotate up. I don't know if it was for a lack of communications from his squad or he just didn't read the map well enough because he was so busy focused on Narakorn and bullying him into submission. This is a clear lead for KOG. Again, 600, 700 gold up, leading into the first hurdle.
Yeah. I think they can get Merpapi. They just need a bit more damage, but the Purify was more than enough. In comes the Blaze Surge, and Sugar is going to join up with the rest of his team. Now Nightmare Esports looks to disperse the bad impact out of range, and Nightmare gets to retreat.
Woo! Jasbin gets away with it, doesn't even spend the flicker. This should mean that the map is close to 50-50. Nope. I was about to say, KOG, if they rotated elsewhere before the turtle take, would have been a good contest, but no!
Oh, big last sanity. RWM as a response. Narcon will flicker out of range, and KOG gets the turtle, and they get out of there.
And they also get a few flickers out of Nightmare. Huh. So that was Nightmare trying to reposition to go for the sneaky steal. But Lexi wasn't in position. Were they going for an early turn? Interesting decisions here by Nightmare. Every minute that passes by... Oh, whoa.
Wait, what was that? What was that interaction? But Lucy still goes down. Now that we know that if you tap your leap, you could somehow bounce back to where you were.
Huh. First time I've ever seen the animation do that. Anyways, so I was saying, every minute that passes by the KOG are at neutral or ahead gets them closer to victory even more. Quick push up top by KOG.
Yeah. Silver lining is that they keep the turret alive. They need to take down Mesto. That taunt was more than enough to take him out. And it forces Narakorn to run away with the last sanity. A 4-man gank. Thankfully, the tier 1 is still up, or by Lucy's lane will be over, though I would argue that it is already half over, considering that he went down twice, lost the entire gold plating to KOG. He's going to get himself some extra gold as well, but KOG have done a really good job in making sure that Bai Lucy doesn't get to bully Narakorn without paying a price.
Oh, the flicker, the ejector.
Into Jasmine, gun down, rockets, missiles in his face. OG67 with the kill.
That was but a half step towards recovery for Nightmare. The kill in mid confirms that. But luckily enough, that means they're just half a step down. Again, it's just 1,000 gold between them. Could have definitely been worse. And they can hold on to the fact that gold lane is safe. Gold lane is in a decent position. Cammy hasn't been killed yet. In game 1, Cammy has already been beat down on this time in the game. Tsunami Slam!
Grabbing Mass, he gets away with the Blaze Surge. This time will not get the retribution. This crossbow tang goes off, and Nightmare finds the first big fight of the game.
Can confirm, Nightmare are now happy with where they are. Nightmare gets beat down hard, but they pay the price and lose top lane. This does put them slightly underneath the net worth of KOG, but that's about to equalize right now. By Lucy and Cammy wailing away at that gold lane. Gold shield. Jasmine protecting the flank.
And Nightmare Esports just need to set up the crossbow tang with the Tsunami Slap. You grab someone that towards Cammy, he unlocks the weakness points, and then he instantly can consider if he wants to press the ultimate, which was what got them the win just now. Cammy with a double kill with the help of the Inspire 2. That helps Nightmare to reach the power spike that they want, which is the mid game with the Yi, CC, and the 1-1. Because the later the game goes, the more dangerous it is for Cammy.
And that is a point that KOG want to avoid. If they can stop Cammy from snowballing, then they can slow roll better into the ultra late game to get stacks on Morfapi and Sugar, which, by the way, haven't died yet. the kills, oddly enough, go on the Suyo, on Mess, and then one on 0367. So, say what you will about Nightmare finally finding their footing, but KOG are also counting their blessings. KOG are, I would assume, relatively comfortable with where they are right now.
Yeah, a comp that can go late game, a late game comp per se that goes even is akin to them being ahead. They are like what, less than 1,000 gold behind, which to them is a very, very small deal. There is a conceal instantly broken. What a sanguine clause that catches 4 people. So completely foils the plan of Nightmare. They want to get this mid tier 1, but it's not easy. So they will settle for Tsunami Slam onto 0367. He's going to be flickering away by Lucci. Current call has already been used. Great Lance Insanity to break the battle lines, and Jasmine is going to be punished. Crossbow tank does go off, but unfortunately it doesn't go off. So the flicker is out from Narakorn. Nightmare turns to the turtle.
Stacks denied. The flicker away did change the pacing of that fight. Final turtle goes over to Nightmare. And I think KOG are just happy with keeping it at neutral. They could have lost so much more if some way, somehow, Cammy did take to the skies, but KOG, they got what they wanted out of there, a trade, and eventually controlling the map a little bit more. Looking at the items right now, Sky Piercer and Hunter Strike on Sugar, Morfapi, Elegant Gem, Glowing Wand. These are the 2 heroes you're watching out for. As long as KOG are farming up to those 2 heroes, they should be fine, they should be on track. But Nightmare, it's not like they're taking this line down. Cammy, on his way to his 3rd item, and they're really the only one you need to look out for. Like that's their only core.
Yep. I think he's the most rich player in the entire game up to this point. Even I did also play pretty well so far, right? 100% kill participation, 1, 0, and 3. Now coming to protect the bottom lane, but with KOG around, it's not going to be an easy task. Someone will force another hop. Now we can confirm that mechanic does work. by Lucy gets away just like that.
All right, by Lucy, he seems to know the interaction. Like he's played many Jawhead with his CC in his day. Mess, running away alongside Murfapi from Lexi and Jasmine. Jasmine has been a threat. Jasmine has been a menace. His Tsunami Slam has been lethal every single time.
And he's about to lead to another kill again. 0367 bursted down by Cammy on a killing spree. Thus far, too easy for Lexi. Taunting Narakorn brings him back. Raga armor finally popped with last sanity. Nightmare retreats.
So Nightmare able to hold their ground here, but wait, they're not done!
Oh, Cammy almost going down. The current call from by Lucy, almost trading Messi return. And that's a Feast of Blood from Papi, pushing by Lucy back. That was incredibly close. I believe the target was Idit, but end up Cammy hopped in and body blocked it and almost lost his life. Now, first Lord on the table on the bottom side.
Approaching the mid-game, it's evident that now KOG are sitting on a real threat. Murfapi. If Murfapi had like 1 or 2 more items, Cammy would have died. Idid would have died. Sugar wouldn't have to be so low because Murfapi would have been a threat. His singular skill 1 and 2s would change the face of the fight. So now KOG are just thinking, hey, maybe we can just slow down this Lord, make it harder for Nightmare to make decisions, and then we can, you know, maybe survive to make it to the 13, 14-minute mark.
They need Narakorn to be there to show presence though, because now this is getting pretty tough. A good ejector back to toss the Fredrin away, and end up I did that gets the turtle. Tsunami Slam gets committed. 1 for 1 so far, and now the RWM. Sugar really needs to get away, but Cammy catches up just in time with the Inspire. KOG losing 2, and finally Narakorn shows up. Last Sandy on the 2 easy for Lexi, tries to bring him back with the barbecue blast, and 2 easy for Lexi ends up going down. Narakorn with the Cyclone Eye starts to buy distance for himself, does have the immortality and have enough range to keep Nightmare back, but Lord still goes over to the Laotian.
At best, KOG is happy with the fact that they traded 2 for 2. At worst, Nightmare are threatening a base break. This is not good for KOG. They're putting too much on the line here. Narakorn's gonna get popped here. No way he gets away.
I tried to use the last sanity into a flicker, but it gets popped before he could do much. So Cammy collects another kill. He's 5-0 and 2 so far in this game, but with the staggered depths, KOG will have an easier time dealing with all the Empower Minion Waves and the Lord as it gets slain in the bottom lane. Meanwhile, again, another catch of the Tsunami Slam. 0367 delivers another kill to Cammy.
Alright. I did here. Oh, forced to use the RWM defensively. Sugar gets a kill.
Mess gets taunted up, waiting for his cooldown. A couple of slashes with his blade, not enough. Godlike for Cammy.
Alright. Mess has been playing relatively messy. Maybe 3 deaths, right? 2 of those, he shouldn't have died. 2 of those were not completely his fault. So, this is what you get when you have no real frontliners. 0367 wants to pick off. CC has to fight back. Narakorn has to fight back for him to make the most of his kit, to peel, right? As the X-Borg. And looking at it now, he has the bare minimum. He has the War Axe, he has the Ice Queen Wand, and he has the Immortality. Standing in front of the CC isn't easy. So he's gonna hurt. It's not a free trade for him.
I personally would much prefer a Brute Force breastplate first before the Ice Queen one, but so long as he gets to peel away Nightmare, it's fine. They need to think about the next Lord fight, right? And Narakorn is the one that can create presence, because 0367, once he gets grabbed by the Tsunami Slam, he's most likely going to go down. So the Jawhead doesn't want to be seen by the Kalia, but for Narakorn, he doesn't mind getting seen, right? He has the Firaga armor, and at best, he's going to get his immortality back up and has 4 lives instead of 2, and then it can give space to 0367 to maybe make a concealed flicker play or just come in from an off angle instead of being forced to walk up to Nightmare where he can easily get kidnapped.
And that's all on Narakorn. His arsenal, his kit, the item choices he makes are super important. One might even say KOG as a whole, not just Narakorn, are lacking anti-heal. I think they need one more anti-heal. Murphapi alone isn't enough.
Yeah. That's the last sanity out for Narakorn, who will need some time to get it back. Flicker also spend, they blow up Cammy, and that is great news for KOG. A 2 for nothing. Cammy and Bailuti both go down. That's the 2 biggest cores of Nightmare.
Oh Lord, how did they find Cammy like that? Cammy must have been feeling himself so much. I mean, I don't blame him. I would do the same, sitting at 7-0 and 2. I would have done the same. I would have tested fate and said, hey, come get me, but not like this. Oh, wow. KOG suddenly back in the driver's seat, takes the Lord and can now gain control of the map.
Yeah, must be the unstoppable force from 0367. Because Cammy wasn't able to respond in any way. I believe he even pressed the Inspire. He just got the Magic Dagger. You can see the Malefic Gun. He's also working towards the Winds of Nature.
There it is. Husky, I think they heard me. I don't know if this was here when we last did an item check, but finally a Dominance Ice on 0367-2, a Sea Halberd on Sugar, and that's it. Bob's your uncle. That should be fine. Another lethal Tsunami Slam.
Immortality instantly expanded. But for Nightmare, it's good news. It means that they can keep this Lord at bay. No Lord crashes into inhibitors. KOG, they do get the mid-tier 1. At least it is still something. Bottom has a fat wave that Nightmare needs to take care of. But they have been able to minimize damage coming in from KOG.
KOG still in the recovery phase. They have been down for quite a while. It's a miracle that they even survived Cammy's tyrannical reign. Again, this was more of Cammy's undoing. Oh, another Tsunami Slam.
Jasmine this time gets brought down very low. They want to look for Murphapi. Flicker forward into RWM. Murphapi ends up going down. Good initiative from Idit. And suddenly Narakorn, he's in no man's land. Comes back to life with the Immortality. 2 easy levels for Lexi. Don't have the backline. Sugar forced to prop the Purify. Good disengage from 0367. Nightmare finds 2.
Way too much for KOG to deal with. And they were out of their position too. Again, if you're under tier 2 here, that would have been enough to protect one of those, Narakorn or Murphapi, but KOG now have to respect the fact that Nightmare are once again in control. Nightmare are ahead. Cammy hasn't even pulled the trigger on Crossbow Tang.
Flicker Tsunami Slam this time onto Messi. Is taunted out, couldn't get away. And they even used the Crossbow Tang. That one goes off, so he ends up killing Sugar. KOG will have Narakorn back in 3 seconds. They should have the tools to hold the base because of the Sicilian, but it's going to take a lot of effort. Mess up in 30 seconds. RWM now committed onto 0367. He goes down, and now 2v5. Jasmine goes in on the grab. He goes down as well, but they find a taunt onto Murphapi. Murphapi falls. Narakorn forced to run away with the tails between his legs. A double kill for him, but it doesn't matter as Nightmare finds the equalizer.
The greed bites KOG in the behind as they cannot sustain the economical demands of the Sicilian and the Granger. not against Nightmare, who have to want to prove themselves, want to redeem themselves from the tragedy that was Game 1. Nightmare Esports on the board, 1-1.
I think it's also a minor oversight from KOG. They had no answers to Kalea. I think they also slightly disrespected the Kalea a little bit, always walking into the threat radius of this hero and allowing her to set things up, for free. Not to mention Cammy getting off crucial crossbow Tang. It's a draft. I think for KOG, it's a draft that you can play from long range, and you're using this X-Borg to be a front body, but there always has to be a call to start backing off once Nightmare advanced, and this Kalea is just causing them too many problems.
Yep. The whole shoddy frontliner led to mess, whether on purpose or just instinctively playing the frontliner too, led to this, mess that they're dealing with. So it wasn't balanced. Maybe if you had one solid frontliner, you could have done better to protect Murphapi and Sugar. You could have done well to help hold the line to keep the Granger Distillion alive, but this is the draft you ended up with. Maybe they were expecting Nightmare to play more defensively, to play more conservatively, but no. Nightmare just kept pushing the advantage, kept looking for aggressive Toonami slams.
And this is off of the back of KOG having one of the most stellar starts, right? Completely, crippling by Lucci's lane, killing him twice, and making sure to free Narakorn from that matchup. And it's the mid game that I think got very messy. Like these RWMs from the mid to late game caused KOG so many problems, and not to mention too easy for Lexis Fredrin is keeping them control the Kalea Tsunami Slam, the Flicker Tidal Strike. I think one problem was also that Suyo first pick, right? We saw how much Mess struggled that game.
It was so out of place. I think KOG have to go back to the drawing board and reconsider their drafting priorities, but I'm glad to see this series get competitive. 1-1 now, the score in the best of 5. We're going to be going into a quick break. When we come back, Game 3 between KOG and Nightmare Esports coming your way. Stay with us. You're watching the M Challenge Cup for Mekong.
は俺に任せてもらった4代目他を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
Game 3 here in this best of 5. You're watching the playoff stage for the M Challenge Cup in Mekong. It's season 5. His name is Husky, and my name is Leo. And both teams are on the board now.
Yeah, both teams are on the board. It's KOG had a great start to game 2, like how they did in game 1, but some unfortunate oversights in the strength of Nightmare's draft in that mid game caused them big time. So now the race is truly on, right? We've gone to from a best of 5 to just a best of 3. If Thai fans out there, they were pretty hyped seeing that KOG took a dominant game 1, but the Laotians now have some faith restored after Nightmare's game 2 win over KOG. Now the gloves are off, right? Like, both teams have shown that they have pretty deep pockets. They have different ways to approach the games. It all comes down to the adaptation. What can KOG bring to the table? Game 2 draft to play fast didn't really exactly work out with the Jawhead. I wonder if they will fall back to the low E like they did in game 1.
Yep. Everything prior to this game here was just preamble. Both teams were just checking range, seeing how much they could get away with. And now, lessons have been learned. There are no excuses. KOG have taken blue side this time. Coach Song Jinwoo, first to ban. And he takes out the Baksha. Coach Alain, what does he do here? I think KOG have to respect the 1-1 now. And the Kalia. Those are two heroes that they have to watch out for. Straight up ban out or play for. Maybe put the Kalia on 0367 to start.
Yeah, I agree. Like in game 2, surprisingly enough, KOG on red side, there were a couple of bans that they could consider. What was it? Like Loi, Jusin, Fanny, Kalea, but they chose to ban Kimmy red 3, which to me was slightly odd because I don't think they needed to do that. But let's see if that changes this game, right? Because the Frederick now gets banned out again on KOG side, which was almost the same as game number 1. But for Nightmare, they stick to a Lucas ban, but instead of the Fanny ban like game 1, they banned the Badang.
I smell Coach Alain trying to put KOG on the Suyo again. Would not be surprised if they banned the Hayabusa or something. Or maybe even the Fanny, just so that you see that happen. Because again, that Suyo didn't really do much in game 1. Here's the Kimmy ban. This time in blue 3. Now Nightmare have to consider. What do we ban out to allow for that trade that we're looking for? Do they ban the Kalia here? Because if 0367 gets that Kalia, then it's back to square one. Like, how do you build a combo once again?
Yeah, I think you ban. Like, if it was me, I would consider a Kalea ban. You open up something like a Joy Haya trade, but it's a lot more manageable, right? Like, you rather go for that. Unless you go for a different trade where you give Kalea and then you pick a counter like a Gatot, which was seen for I think like a week or 2 in MPL Malaysia, but it also fizzled out because it's a trade that is like, okay, there's a direct counter with the Gatot, but you generally don't want to go down that route because then it locks down one of your flex picks. So I would go for Kalea ban, I think.
Just to keep it fair, Nightmare here, a false alarm. If I'm making right of the body language by our marshals and our players, they have fixed said technical issue. It might be the audio on one of the players, and glad to see that it's all set. Fanny banned by Nightmare here. And now the ball's in KOG's court. Do they go first pick Kalia? I think they should. 90% I think they should.
Yeah, almost every time you first pick Kalea in this case, when most of the majority of the first picks are already banned out. Yeah, it's quite interesting. Like this series so far, we've gone from Fanny being banned to Fanny being ignored to Fanny being banned again. It seems like KOG and Nightmare have very specific approaches to how they want to deal with this first phase, but the 1-1 instantly gets picked up alongside the Phobius for Nightmare.
KOG here would be good to go Granger 1, and then a jungler. Or Harith, and then a jungler. No, don't do the Phobius. Just do Granger.
Yeah, just do Granger. I think Granger is more than enough. Granger, Moscow, both are okay, but I do dig the Granger a lot more. So they pick Granger, Farsa.
It's a lot of range. Does this force Nightmare onto the Eve?
They
Or do you
could go
tempt
Eve
Fate
or they
and
could go...
Valentina?
Yeah, I was thinking Valentina, right? Like I did play some good Valentina games too. If they want to third pick Valentina here, I don't have a problem with it. Or they could go for like a Gato Kacha. Or the Hayabusa that works too, you know, you pick up the assassin.
Nightmare. Just not allowing KOG to dictate the pace. Nightmare is going to ban out more junglers. KOG is going to ban out more mid laners. And that'll sufficiently attack each other's mid trio. That rotating squad that affects the whole map. Nightmare first to ban, Coach Elaine. Are we on the same wavelength? Does he also ban out more junglers? What else is out there left? The Suyo,
There's like Suyo Joy, but it's not too big
Suyo
of a
Joy.
problem. Yeah, like
yeah, no, you kind of want the Joy. Oh, there, Ling. Yeah, so Suyo, Ling, Lancelot.
Lancelot, in a way, I guess, right? But almost the same property as the Joy, where you contribute a lot of the dashes to the Phobius. And it's harder to pull off. I mean, Lancelot, general, I think, harder to pull off. The margins of errors are slightly smaller. We haven't seen any Lancelot yet from KOG.
So we don't know if Mess has it in the tank to play a Lancelot. Song Jinwoo here bans out the chip. There is no clear roamer for Nightmare just yet, or no semblance of a roamer pick even. So Nightmare, what do we do here? Do we take out an XP laner or another jungler?
You could take out the XP laner. You know, you could take out like a Glue, I think. Take out Glue or CC. I think Glue is a good shout. They don't really have a way to do with the Glue, like as of now. Like sure, Farum is one of the options, but you don't want that to kind of float around as an option. They could also... Okay, I want to say they can pick Glue, but they can't. So yeah, Glue banned out.
Yeah. Roam Glue hasn't been a thing for a while. Doesn't really contribute as much to the roam role. Now KOG, one more ban. If not the chip, the Gatot. You ban that out, protect yourself.
Yep.
Oh,
Valentina, okay.
covering all threats here. Banning the Valentina. So Nightmare has the Eve left. That's the next most reasonable mid laner to answer what KOG has in the first phase. But no, they pick up the Gatot first, denying the steal.
I love the Gatot pick because they already saw the Farsa, so there's no rush to pick the mid lane. In fact, there's still the Loi up available, right? If they want to go for the Loi for like off-tempo plays, they 100% can. Now that there's like decent coverage from the Gatot also, they have like decent cross maps coverage with Hayabusa, you know, high mobility heroes like 1-1 as the game scales up. So you caught it, the Lancelot. So it seems like Mess has it in him.
Joke's on you, Husky. I'm chatting with someone in the location right now telling me that I'm just kidding. No, it's just Lancelot has been seeing play in MPL Philippines. Like in the last few days of the playoffs, Lancelot actually became a real threat. So, you know, I know how the metagame could have Lancelot be injected even in other regions. But no, look at this. An XP lane Akai. We've seen this pop up in MPL ID a few times. That seems to be how they want to answer back at the Nightmare's box type fighting comp. Assuming that there is an Eve here. Is this Eve or do they want to low you still? Because neither. Wow.
Completely different direction with the Novaria. First Novaria of the entire qualifiers too.
What does a Novaria bring to the table? Why the Novaria? A better AOG, easier proc on the crossbow, more jumps. Like, you know, if somebody dashed slightly out of range, Naracorn, no, not Naracorn. By Lucy can still jump on him.
I personally, I would dig the Novaria more if you have a long range, like marksman, like a Granger, right? We've seen Novaria Granger a couple of times in MPL, MYPH, but in this case, I don't really dig the Novaria. I still think that I should think that the Yi or Loyi would have been a better shout, but if they do get a hit, this Novaria will become a very, very big threat. So for Nightmare, it's about getting a hit.
Yeah, I think Nightmare just need that support from mid. More of the early to mid utility to finish the job. To, again, ramp up Kami to a point of no return. And then eventually have that late game insurance of Star Shadow that really hurts. And game-ending echoes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Game 3. Who will step into match point territory first? Thailand's KOG or the Laotian Pride, that is Nightmare, who has been carrying their banner for the longest time up until Leon Esports stepped up to the plate. There'll be an action later on tonight. For now, we're down to a best of 3 between these two teams.
And it's going to be inverse jungling. Lexi ending up on the orange side, and you have Mess on his orange side too. So by Lucy, it's gonna have more wave clear compared to the Akai, but Akai is also one of the ways to deal with a Phoebus. Like if he jumps in and tries to Infernal Pursuit, you could just lock him into a wall. You knock him away from your team, as long as he doesn't have a secondary trigger that enables that Infernal Pursuit to keep on going. Mess going for invade, takes Skill Lizard away. That's gonna be his level 4.
And there seems to be no mirrored response from Nightmare Esports. Too easy for Lexi, staying to his side of the jungle. But top lane though, look at that. By Lucy bullying Naracorn. You know that? Putting Naracorn down. Oh my god. Here comes the backup. Forcing a flicker from By Lucy.
Very well done. So far, we haven't seen Jasmine moving to the top side. I thought he would be trying to match 0367, but he's been really trying to get IDID the mid prio, which is pretty funny because Novaria, from level 2 onwards, you don't need to care about her in the lane. She is going to blast the wave the moment the wave shows up with a good Astral Spear and a Shatter. So it actually benefits to have the Roma walk around a bit more on the map. So they missed that tiny opportunity. Now that at least they could get IDIS level 4. First turtle on is going to be spawning just a little bit.
It's on the upper corner of the map. Both junglers have their level 4. Too easy for Lexi, still going for the purple. Likewise for Mess. By Lucy pulls it out slightly. This is scary because Naracorn has a heavy spin, so this could change the face of the fight so quickly. Forcing a flicker out of IDID.
Yeah, by Lucy trying to help him clear the wave, actually ended up stealing a minion. That's why IDID hit level 4 slightly slower. But all is well, they actually brought Cammy to this fight too. He has the heavy spin. Mass getting jumped on. He is so low, but with the Thorn Roll, was able to get the turtle away. Jasmine trying to chase running Phantom Execution just to get out of there. Naracorn saving his own teammate. OG67 now gets the kidnap onto ID, who doesn't have a flicker. So first blood going over to KOG. Jasmine forced to retreat with the revitalized by Luchi, forced to commit into all 4 members of side of KOG, and just cannot survive KOG with 2.
Oh my god, across the board, Nightmare are dropping like flies. Off-camera kill by Sugar, taking down Cammy, and the punish by Jasmine. I hate to say it, but there seem to be miscommunications across the board for Nightmare. As soon as the fight went sideways, Lexi just left the fight, and I think Nightmare members were just in too deep that they couldn't get out anymore. And then down bottom, I would assume Cammy was asking for help, but there was no one to respond to him. Finally gets killed by Sugar 1v1.
it's you know, no pun intended, it's a nightmare when your 1-1 gets solo killed by Granger and then dies once he comes back into lane. That's 2 deaths in a row for Cammy. Sugar is eating really, really good. That's a very sweet opening sequence for the Granger.
And they're owning all sides of the map. Nowhere can Nightmare breathe. 0367 eats a face full of Shadow Kill. And now you wonder, is that enough time for the Shadow Kill to go off cooldown and to set up once more for this turtle to contest? Because KOG, they have time to recover for this. 0367 will be back. 0367 will have a Tsunami Slam in time for that major objective.
Another small detail was also earlier in the first turtle fight, they brought Cammy to join the fight while Sugar was just free farming bottom lane. Cammy didn't get anything from the fight, goes back into lane, gets solo killed, revives and dies again. So this is a cascade of event that has put Cammy behind big time, whereas KOG, they're gonna initiate a lane slot, right? Sugar is gonna go to the top lane, a good taunt into a dark wave pool. Mesh trying to get away with the Phantom Execution, eventually goes down. The crossbow tank from Cammy secures the job, and a snipe from IDID takes out 0367.
KOG did not expect that many members of Nightmare to let out that much as they did. No way Natacorn contests this. Now we're at a turtle apiece. Nightmare back on the board. Nightmare in control. KOG, they're dropping the ball here.
Like, even when you look at this replay, the crowd control from the side of Nightmare was just too much. One wild taunt was enough to kill Mess. The amount of follow-up that Nightmare can lay on top of KOG is actually pretty scary to work with. Like, you don't really want to face check like this. L367 is going to try, but the airstrike gets used. Cammy hops away. He finds the grab anyways on the Jasmine this time, but they don't really have the necessary damage. No Sky Piercer means everyone from Nightmare gets away.
Needle and Thorns saving Cammy. Did not need to take to the skies. Instead, just gets out of there, walks out, knows when to call it quits. This does leave that bottom lane open though, so Mess making the most of the silence in that lower half of the map. First turret scored here by KOG. It's a good consolation prize despite everything that's happening.
Yeah. Like, they lose 0367, but they get a turret in response. It's not too bad. I mean, next turtle is spawning in the top quarter. 0367, he just needs to, you know, pick his timings to grab his targets. Better airstrike, and now they find Bailuti grabbing straight into the rest of the team. Bailuti trying to hold on with the Infernal Pursuit, but eventually goes down. Body block, not needed. Good dodge from 0367. Sky Piercer online for Sugar. As Lexi actually takes out the bottom tier 1. There's a 1v1 assassin, and Mess loses out on that one.
And Lexi didn't even need to use a shadow kill. 0367 with about 0.39 health walks away. Nightmare protects their tier 1 up top. This is game 3 is super close. This game 3 is telling us a story of this whole series in the span of 1 game.
Sugar needs to be extremely careful. That Star Shadow might have just spotted him too. We have the Astro Echo available for IDID to ping out KOG whenever needed. And they have secondary engages like Jasmine with AOG. So this turtle is going to go to Nightmare. I don't think KOG wants to contest this. They will try, but the Phantom Execution is way too late. And Naracorn, forced to commit, ends up backing off. Feather Airstrike to escort him out of the fight. Nightmare with the last turtle of the game.
Alright. The ult spent by KOG lead to nothing. And Nightmare are now finding their footing. Up by about 1,000 gold, approaching the 2,000 gold lead here as they capitalize on the gains they got from that turtle. I wonder now how KOG are thinking to get back into the lead. KOG, they may have overused the Tsunami Slam. They take down Sugar.
Sugar was just caught in a horrible spot. Didn't even bother using the flicker because he was certain that there was no way out. And that's the thing. I think KOG, they're making some, again, little movements that put themselves in very bad positions. But here comes the Tsunami Slam. That's the kidnapping to the Phantom Execution. IDID actually managing to get away, but still Mess catches up on him with the puncture. But Cammy is right on the job. Meanwhile, they lose by Lucy in the backlines. Crossbow tank comes out. The Thorn Rose buys some time, but I don't think KOG can catch up to Cammy as Nightmare makes a great escape.
We saw before Mess died that sequence prior how echoes into AOG could be ruinous. I think that's exactly why Sugar said, you know, forget about it. I can't flicker away. I'm caught anyways because of the heightened hitbox provided by the ult on the Novaria. What's this? Kami looking for another one. He has no crossbow. Tang! Oh!
Good needles
and
and
thorns
to get
away from the
that.
Tsunami Slam.
Very well done. Poppy gets caught because of the dark wave pullback. Cammy with a mega kill.
With Murphapi out of the picture, I don't think KOG should be contesting. Nightmare know that's true, and they go at it. Shadow kill and crossbow tang online. Lord secured.
Sugar eats media in the face too, almost go down. Thankfully, Lexi didn't get in range for the shadow kill. So this Novaria pick is actually working out. Right? If the team is ahead, Novaria suddenly becomes a very strong tool, and that is the case for Nightmare. First Lord of the game, almost 4k ahead. You have insane long-range artillery. The vision that ID provides now becomes twice as valuable because of their lead.
Looking at the items, that's 3.5 core items built for Kami. All this while, Sugar is struggling. 10 minutes in, he's only really built the Hunter Strike and Sky Piercer. And in between the Hayabusa and the Lancelot, that's 1,000 gold. Sugar just built his Malefic Roar, so alright, we're on our way to something. Sugar can be a real threat, but only if his team can set him up.
Harcorn, that's a very good pin onto Jasmine, but there's no follow-up. Cammy with the crossbow tank takes him out from 10 miles away. The Lord push will continue. Unfortunately, KOG, they might have decent damage, but they just don't have the raw body, the raw endurance to deal with Nightmare's damage output. One less Storm Rose to clear out the middle wave. They bring a pullback on the Jasmine. He's stuck in the base. Jasmine, AOG trying to get away, but gets crowd control to oblivion. Executed by Sugar. As the Lord gets taken care of, all waves cleared out. KOG lives to fight another day.
It's not for the lack of trying. Jasmine, you saw, tried the AOG out of there, but KOG made sure that he took a nap real quick. A little bit of a win for KOG, but a 5,000 gold lead is still a 5,000 gold lead. And when you look at the map, all KOG has is one turret, bottom lane. Nightmare have successfully done what they sought out to do in the draft. Funnel everything over to Kami, have easy for Lexi, take care of all the stragglers, and then go from there. We are in the mid game. This is the power spike for the 1-1. Sugar and Murphapi are struggling.
The attempt to flicker Tsunami Slam, that is so ambitious from 0367.
It's not like they had ground to do it. It's not like Natacorn was ready with a flicker of his own. Murphapi pulled the trigger on the Feathered Airstrike, but really, that's all you're hedging on. Nightmare have solid magic defense. We'll update it later when we check on the items, but I would assume Jasmine and Lucy can take the damage. Oh.
Another heavy spin out into an Astral Echo. Couple of pokes and Sugar away for the airstrike to try and clear out the bottom wave. And it will succeed in doing so. Lord coming up now, 5 seconds top side. Which means no heavy spin, no feather airstrike for this.
And without those key ults, oh my god!
Another Gatot re-engaged with the Tsunami Slam. Cammy is on a mega kill streak. It's too easy for Lexi, continues to work on the Lord bottom inhibitor, ends up going down. The mismanagement of the minion wave. KOG starting to really lose focus on the game. Very uncanny mistakes, like 0367 is trying to force fights way too often, even though there's a Gatot Gacha on the other side.
I feel a sense of panic coming from KOG. They knew that they couldn't contest, so they tried to pick a fight. They turned too early. That is a sign of turning too early, and they forgot that there was a massive wave down bottom, and now they suffer the consequences. Permanent damage to KOG's map presence. They have to constantly protect that lane, because that's where Lord is coming through. Tsunami Slam!
And this one pays off. Jasmine goes down. So without Gatot, there is no threat of zoning. but he should come back in time when the Lord eventually crashes into the bottom lane. Nightmare. They're making sure that their minion waves are always in the face of KOG's base. Too easy for Lexi. Dodges an attempted tidal strike. Again, OTC7, he's so out of position. He's forced to flicker away. Too easy for Lexi and Cammy. Trying to move on forward. Heavy spin for Narcon to keep Cammy away. One last snipe. As ID threats the Nido. Takes down the Kalea, and an execution from Too easy for Lexi. Takes out Mutapapi. 3 more left for KOG as a healthy Lord now advances into the bottom lane. Narcon tries to hold the Lord in place, but he is not exactly healthy. A double kill for Too easy for Lexi. It comes down to Mess, but unfortunately, he is a part of Mess himself. KOG just could not withstand the sheer force of Nightmare, and the Laotians now up 2-1.
Match point for Nightmare Esports. Cammy's 1-1 is a force of nature. Whoever might be facing them in the grand finals, in case they do make this, and right now, urgently, right now, KOG have to heed my words, ban out the 1-1, steal it away from Cammy. Nightmare Esports with a 2-1 victory.
After game 2, they gave it another go. Didn't work out. 1-1 was still a massive problem, and this was a 1-1 that got bodied in the early game. 2 consecutive deaths as KOG put on the pressure, but the moment they let their foot off the gas, Cammy came right back with 6 kills and was untouched for the rest of the game. Some close calls, but no further deaths. KOG, I agree with you, Leo. I think they need to ban the 1-1 and see what happens for Nightmare.
14 minutes. There was very little give from King of Gamers here. All Thai fans are watching and saying, oh no, this is our last hope to try and make it, to make a statement on the world stage. But Nightmare stands in their way. Impressive recovery too from I Did, getting caught out early on. And by Lucy too, right? There were a couple of deaths on by Lucy that you could have sworn he could have avoided. But again, XP laners, they can afford to die, especially if you're funneling hard into your cores. As long as Too easy for Lexi kept it clean and Cammy knew his job and found his mid-game power spike, Nightmare knew they were in control. Nightmare now just 1 game away from the grand finals.
Can I just say, Leo, that was a nasty taunt, literally right on the edge of a pixel too. And KOG, like, they kept trying to force these fights, but and they forgot the number 1 rule, right? They forgot to check their sixes. They forgot to consider the tools that Nightmare has to counteract all these engages. 03667 really didn't have a lot of patience this game. All these forced tsunami slams, these flicker engages when the team wasn't ready, but he kept on doing the same thing over and over again. And at one point, you have to know when to call it quits, because all these attempts is forcing his team into fights where they ended up losing more than they bargained for.
So a lot of lessons were taken here. Kalea not an auto win. Picking fights over and over again, more so not an auto win. And letting Nightmare Esports get their hands on the 1-1, forget about it. We could see the conclusion to this series in the next game. Once more, 2-1 is the score with Nightmare Esports at the lead. You're watching the best of 5 opener in the playoffs of the M Challenge Cup. We'll be right back.
背中合わせで行くわよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
Tôi nói không biết này, thời buổi đừng cái tin cái gì trên mạng, có hiểu không? Nhưng mà thôi, không linh tinh nữa. Vào game đi, nhanh, khẩn trương nhá. Ui giời ơi.
Piu Piu,
Đỗ Messi,
nuốt 250 của tao không trôi đâu.
tao thích.
Ngày hôm nay nợ máu phải trả bằng nước màu.
Lên đường.
Piu Piu,
Đỗ Messi,
Piu Piu,
Đỗ Messi,
Piu Piu.
Đỗ Messi. Thôi, ông làm gì làm luôn đi. Đỗ Messi.
Thời này ai còn bem như ngoài đời thật. Muốn giải quyết mâu thuẫn hãy vào Mobile Legends.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Piu ơi, Piu ơi, lùi đừng 1-3. Piu 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 Piu, đừng Piu.
Ok, bạn ơi, mà lên, 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 tới bà nè,
Cố lên cho anh ơi. Để giúp anh.
Bắn hết chúng nó đi anh em. Này thì mày quýnh tao này.
Chơi game là phải như thế chứ, phải Vinisa, Legend, bốn anh em mình, Legend, Vinisa, Legend.
Nhưng mà nhớ giả bạn 250 nhé.
Minna! 渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ!
Welcome back to the M Challenge Cup for Mekong. His name is Husky and my name is Leo. And despite the seemingly lapses in communications that Nightmare have in the early to mid, they are in a dominant position. Once again, Kami's 1-1 scores him an MVP victory, now sitting at match point, threatening to eliminate KOG from the playoffs.
And I think for we are seeing two very contrasting team identities. KOG strong early game, but got sloppy mid to late. Nightmare not the best early game. KOG has dominated them in the first 5-6 minutes the entire series straight. But what Nightmare has is that mid to late game recovery system, right? The recovery protocol, not just in Cammy's 1-1, but their ability to punish KOG's greed. And I think KOG, aside from banning out 1-1, needs to start checking each other. Don't make moves when your teammates are not ready.
It starts in the draft. How KOG could possibly want to see that screen once again. How do we get to a point where KOG can say, all right, we won? They start with the draft. Number 1, by banning out the... What? You know what? It's frustrating to say that just ban the 1-1. It's easier said than done.
Another way is that you give Sugar the 1-1, right? Like you give Sugar the 1-1 on red side, but again, 1-1 is not a pick that you want to necessarily pick every single time unless you are really confident, like you are Cammy or like Miguel from RLG. But aside from that, you generally want to look at the situation first. So KOG go with the Fredrin ban, we still have the Baxia in the pool, with Nightmare opting for Lucas ban instead. So this might prompt KOG to consider a Baxia ban.
Nightmare just going off on all cylinders, banning out KOG's favorite in the Lucas. KOG not going for the Baxia ban just yet. Instead ban the Kimmy. 1-1 still at large. Lo Yi Chip as well. Kalia. And I feel like KOG just don't mind the Kalia anymore. Like they just don't care.
Like they haven't found success with this, sadly. I don't know. I still think that like as much as they lost, even though they're Kalia, doesn't necessarily mean that Kalia is suddenly not good, right? I still think it's a pick that they must consider. We saw the answer to a Kalia, which was Gatot. One of the answers was a Gatot Gacha. I think they personally have used a Valentina to steal the Tsunami Slam also every now and then. So now Nightmare poses the question to KOG. Do you want to ban a Kalia? Because if not, we are going to take it. There's still a Fanny that we can consider.
Knowing how these two teams have played and seeing their history, I think Fanny is just the wild card element they're willing to deal with. There are larger, more eminent threats like the 1-1, like the Kalia, like the Lo Yi Chip. KOG, it's up to them what Nightmare can first pick here. And it's the 1-1. All right, there you go. Respect for the 2-time MVP and Cammy. Nightmare, do they go for the Kalia? Hope they do.
Yep. Okay, so expected. Now Chip is open. Does KOG want to pick the Chip? Chip Valentina. All right. Completely ignoring, picks like Gatot, like Harif. They go straight for a Chip and a early Valen.
I wonder why the Val. There's one thing to steal. You mentioned that they're capable of taking the Tsunami Slam and then going from there, but Nightmare answering kind with a Phoveus and a Fanny. There you go. You allow it to be picked, and it gets picked. You got to deal with it. KOG, do they pick up a gold laner here? Harith has been absent in this series.
Yeah, completely ignored. Hayabusa is the choice for KOG. I don't know. I feel like a Chip Phoveus will make a hell of a lot more sense, because this Phoveus has proven to be a big problem, right? Like game 1, it completely shut down NXT's Joy, and in game 2 and 3, it was blocking out a potential Joy pick for KOG. But I guess if your back's out against the wall, you're gonna start looking at comfort picks. This is their version of a comfort pick, but I don't necessarily like it as much, especially now that gold laners haven't been picked yet. Even though KOG has priority, I'm expecting us to go down that gold laner list with Harif Granger getting banned out.
Moskov, not to mention Irithel. So we're gonna go through the gamut of top tier gold laners, but no, KOG in an effort to even the odds and maybe take us to game 5, takes out the Lo Yi first. So that means there's one solid gold laner coming through, and the other team some way somehow compromising.
Let's see. Yeah, Moscow also has been ignored entire. Like we've only seen like what 1-1 and Granger so far. I don't remember seeing
And
any
Kimmy.
other. Then Kimmy, yeah, and Kimmy once. Another glue ban. This one is to protect the phobias. I think for Nightmare, you're in a very good spot, right? You still have mid laners that you can pick. Selena as well. Like, I think Selena is not too bad of a pick for Nightmare if they do wish to go for that. Like Selena, and then you put a like a Harif or a Grain or a Moskov onto the comp. It would be great. Ranger getting banned out by KOG.
I did on a Selena is a thing of beauty. Save for game 1 in this series, it's pretty good. So 50-50. I think KOG will be regretting picking the Valentina so early if it does have to face off against a Selena, because again, there's nothing for you to steal there. There's the Harith ban. So what's left open is the Irithel and the Moskov in the gold lane. Unless there's something we're missing. Is there something we're missing here?
I don't think so. I mean, XP lane, like, Hylos has been ignored the entire series. We've seen like one CC pick, one export pick. Hilda also once. Who else can deal with the Phobias? We do see the Moscow, which was expected now that the Harif is gone. Let's see what Cammy has left to pick. I mean, Irithel, Claude, Clint, Beatrix, Kalea Beatrix is a huge thing, you know. And it's not the worst against the chip too if you land it well when the portal comes through.
Okay. We get one of the reads right in the Beatrix, and the Zask making a debut in the M Challenge Cup. The Zask. I usually see the Zask as an answer to the Ling, but I guess against a, you know, assassin, you could work too. And against the Valentina, I like the odds of the Zask too. I like the matchup. What does KOG put in the XP?
Whoa, they picked the Edith. Alright, a Swiss Army knife, Edith for this matchup. Haven't seen that in a long time. I mean, KOG's damage profile isn't really... It's quite balanced, but it's not really the highest, right? Like, Hayabusa has to get a hit, Moskov needs some farm. Edith has some decent damage with Primal Wrath, but will gradually fall off. Whereas for Nightmare, they have, like, big consistent damage with the Phobias. Decent sustain with Kalea too. I'm liking Nightmare's draft for this game.
I think they made the right kind of risky calls to shock and awe King of Gamers into submission and finally finish the series, but again, it still comes down to execution. Especially with this Fanny coming in, which has been a relatively low priority threat throughout the series. Game 4 is where it all comes to a head. Match point for Nightmare. Do they finally end the series here? Or does King of Gamers awaken something in them to force us to go all the way? King of Gamers, their draft is pretty solid. Again, if you show me a draft like this, playing out of MPL, MY, ID, or even PH, I would say it's good, but their performance in the past couple of games says otherwise.
Yeah, I like KOG overall has this... Again, they need to be a bit more patient with how they play, right? Like game 1, they exercised that patience. They knew exactly when to push the buttons, but game 2 and 3, it just felt like the composure was slightly lacking. Let's see, they gotta put it back here. If not, then the Thai dream will be halted at top 4.
The purple start for both junglers, and ever so slightly, I would assume the Fanny rotates faster, moving over to the orange. Quick action in mid.
Just to help, I did get lane priority. No, not the best wave clear. These are not the Zaz doesn't have that. It's gonna help this Beatrix get the old crab too. Make sure that Cammy is good. She does need a bit more money for items. Very, very expensive too in general. But this Zaz is gonna be hard to jump on, right? To even burst the dominant descent. it's going to take a lot of effort. Jasmine loses half his health bar. This mess against the little.
Both junglers taking fights a little earlier, delaying both of their level 4s, with Lexi down about a quarter of a bar compared to Mess, who should be hitting level 4 first. Looking at the XP lane, what's going on over there? By Lucy is bullying Narakorn, sent him home already.
That is not the position they want to be in the mid lane. OTC7 once wants to get grabbed first blood for KOG, but Nightmare finds a trade back.
That's a beneficial trade for the Thighs, forcing a flicker out of I did and yet still killing him. Although I could say, opposite for the side lanes. Whoa, Cammy, 1v1!
Clearly losing that trade. It's a gank attempt in the bottom lane. They're jumping on the by Lucy. He's gonna go down KOG with good response. The ship paying off in the early game.
Okay. Some signs of life from KOG. Not much of an economic lead, clearly, but they are calling the shots here. They are in control. Game 4, 2 minutes in, Turtle already spawned. And easy for Lexi, he's taking their time. He's spinning around, stealing away the small camp before he just commits. He's not taking this.
The dominant descent and the Nibiru's passion does the job. Jasmine actually ends up going down. Not really sure why he was there. There was no need to contest the turtle anyway, so Jasmine beats the kill to Mess.
I'd reckon he was just ensuring that KOG would not rotate so quickly to orange, because that's what Lexi committed to. He just said, okay, guys, hold it out. We're not going to take the turtle. Instead, I'm going to steal us away from Mess. And I guess it turned out to be a mess. It wasn't that good of a trade. Oh, Lexi coming in.
Purify out from Poppy. They're going to taunt on the Jasmine. Another shortcut comes up. Tsunami Slam and a flicker. Jasmine's out of there. The rest of KOG, they're going to go back to where they came from. Right? No more action that requires their attention. Although I would say that for Nightmare Esports, this task so far has shown some value, and I say that Jasmine goes down, ID goes down, Jasmine now runs away.
This is uncomfortable for the Zask. Usually whenever you're a Zask, this is one of your main strengths, is the fact that you can survive assaults from assassins like the Hayabusa, but so far Aidid has failed to do that twice now, early on. 3.5 minutes in. What is going on with Nightmare? But, okay, to be fair, this is their MO. They are very shaky in the early, and then somehow find a mid-game power spike, and that seems to be on schedule. Cammy hasn't died yet.
Yeah. And this now very good game sense too, right? Taking the long road. Because if not, he would have ran to an ambush squad. They force 0367's flicker out too, so Cammy not just survive, but ends up getting back into lane to continue farming. Next turtle now up on the board, 10 seconds on the top quadrant of the map. Let's see what is the plan for Nightmare.
Looking at the items, first built for Lexi is the Heptases. Mess right now on a Hunter Strike. Here comes the turtle. I think this still has KOG's name written on it. They are up by about 1,000 gold, approaching. And the map is just better suited for them. They have a Moskov, they have a chip. By Lucy, check in range.
Trying to wither down Narakorn's health bar too. Okay. Solo dominates descent. By Lucy is going to be target. Meanwhile, OTC7 comes up from the back. Dies before the shortcut comes off. SOD does connect. Aidid is the one receiving the target. Flicker, Earth Shatter. Narakorn also goes down without using Primal Wrap. This is such a messy fight for KOG. As Nightmare just dispatches them one by one. Mess tries to run away with the shadows and actually gains distance. They get bot tier 1, but Nightmare comes out on top.
Oh! Lexi's not done!
No shadow for him this time. Mess needs the help of his team to get away, but by Lucy fully committed. Gets in with the passive, and the shortcut gets used by Lucy, will be traded back. But it'll take a while for that death to come true.
By Lucy ain't taking nothing lying down. If there's a fight he can take, even if there's a 1% chance he wins, he will go for it. And that does buy enough time for Nightmare to steal away the purple. Here's a quick recap. This is the weird one for me, Husky. I don't know if you saw this coming too. The early Dominator's Ascent Any reason why you think I did pull the trigger there so soon?
I think it's to force Nightmare into a fight and then flank them with a shortcut. But I personally don't agree with it either. I don't think there's a need to unleash it that early. Maybe the better call would have to wait for Mess and OT67 to be ready before you commit to it. Because Nightmare, they just turn and kill off the chip before he got anything done, right? Like, that fight was so one-sided. Now this Dominance Descent is used to push OT67 away. Jasmine comes in, does have to conceal. It's not going to commit to a Tsunami Slam, but forces out a shortcut instead. So Nightmare, one small catch, just KOG lacking.
Oh, okay. Again, much like that early Dominator's Descent, that false engage by Jasmine buys them a win, and they're gonna ruin 0367. Nightmare are feeling themselves, much like the beloved Leslie Chow from the hit movie franchise The Hangover. They're saying, did we die?
Double Tsunami Slam, and it ends up with Mess going down instead. The SOD completely misses Narakorn, forced to use the Primal Wrath to get away. There's no more methods for KOG to continue fighting, and the third turtle will go over the Nightmare.
See? This off-timing approach by Nightmare is benefiting them. They're taking this to the moon. Stonks again. Crazy works when crazy's what you need. They're taking control. Bottom lane getting pushed all the way in by Cammy. Cammy making bank, still currently deathless. So is Lexi. They're what now? Up by 4,000 gold, approaching the 5,000 gold mark under 8 minutes.
This game is going from bad to worse. And sadly for KOG, nowhere on the map to save anymore. Here comes another Tsunami Slam into a Bandit's Rage. Goodbye, Narakorn.
That's what you were alluding to. Oh, look at this. Oh, 367 from the back. Oh, I don't think you should force this. Was he made clear? Did he see? Oh, the conceal. The response from Nightmare.
Jasmine just to zone them away. There's no Tsunami Slam yet, but a stolen one is on the list. For Fafi only grabbing his target, but they don't have damage. And this Sugar now has his job just got 10 times harder. Needs to farm up, needs to somehow carry his team. It's not easy.
It was by Lucy, man. And yeah, you're right, there was no damage. So that allowed by Lucy to just flicker away, make KOG think of what they did wrong, and then continue pushing. Here's the items currently. Oh wow, look at the money on Cammy. Just on top of the gold leaderboards everywhere. On his way to his 4th item. I'd reckon that's a winner. Oh, that's a winner nature. Mess just get messed up.
Just another combo, you know, Tsunami Slam, Nibiru's Passion. KOG will have to consistently deal with this. They even found the chip. Uh-oh, that's a solo kill.
I don't think that's a solo kill. That was a 2v1 waiting to happen. And I think Sugar got cold feet. Sugar did not engage. And I guess 0367 just didn't get to push the shortcut. And it led to an off-camera tragedy.
This is still a pre-Lord. And that top inhibitor has already taken a beating. Now Lord finally spawns, wave building up in all 3 lanes. So Nightmare, they're going to just go to the objective. Once they get it, it's time to really do some heavy damage. And the good news is the Lord's going to spawn top side just because of that weakened inhibitor.
SOD hits the mark, but I don't think Sugar didn't even have a thought, an inkling to press the dash there. So this is the schedule for Nightmare. Again, I hate to say it, but this is Nightmare's MO. They suck in the first 3 minutes and then gain control further in the game.
Not how you start, is how you finish. The HO quote. So Nightmare looking to finish very strong. Because this entire series, they have been struggling in the early game, but they always manage to recover. And now, with Cammy being online, all these shots are going to really, really pack a punch.
And as you said, Lord spawns in the upper corridor. It looks like too easy for Lexi, just wants to go for the instant penetration. So he helps clear that wave quickie, and then goes to mid. Tsunami Slam on the 1.
Now Corn able to flicker to safety, even using the Primal Wrath just in case. The waves were synced up, bottom 1 was taken care of, top wave finally crashing, stolen Tsunami Slam onto Bailuchi, now he goes down. Shortcut comes out, good 3-man snipe for 0-3-6-7. SOD also connects, but too easy for Lexi. Somehow goes to the back line and finds the kill. IDID gets away. Top inhibitor ends up falling. The snipe almost getting off 0-3-6-7, but the Lord helps out in the end. So that's 2 kills for Nightmare. Now they use the conceal. A chance to end the game. Sugar needs to hold on. A 2-man stun. Jasmine trying to keep them at bay. Good Terrify to keep Cammy control. Flicker forward. Tsunami Slam. Grabbing Sugar. He is straight up dead. Mega kill for Cammy. He rolls forward into Merpapi. Gets Terrified. Out of range. And still gets healed up by his teammate. Jasmine keeping him topped up. One last cannon finally goes down as KOG hold the fort.
A true call an ambulance, but not for me moment. Jasmine there, playing with death. Sitting at about 5% HP, still hits a Tsunami Slam to help serve up another kill to Nightmare, forcing that push in mid to almost be lethal. Puts the base at about, what, 2/3 of its health. Looking at the items right now, even the recovery on IDID is very impressive. He's approaching his 4th key item here, and with the help of the Blood Wings, should help him, you know, survive even more of those early Dominance Ice Dominator's Descent triggers. Now looking at the other side, all of their money is on Sugar. And Sugar is just a step away from the Wind of Nature. I don't know if that's going to be enough, because you're also looking at damage from IDID and from Jasmine taking you out. If you mistime your Purify, that's it. Main damage source out.
And then the toughest thing for Sugar is that if you get grabbed by the Tsunami Slam, you probably don't have time to press Winds of Nature. If you press your Purify, then you have to worry about everyone else from Nightmare that can threaten you. So he's put in a very tough spot. And these SOD landings is not giving him the confidence to just hop into a fight and pull off a massive clutch. We're looking at what, a 9k goal advantage for Nightmare. Second Lord now on the docket, and Nightmare can easily deal with it. Winds of Nature finally out for Sugar, but this could be the last fight for KOG.
What's Narakor and Morfapi thinking? IDID spots him, drops a little Johnny.
Goes for the grab. I had a feeling they might go for the Hail Mary play, but it was not the right choice. Now without 0-3-6-7, Lexi just gets to do everything that he wants. Flicker forward, Mess gets caught into the shadow kill, he goes. But they all just gonna teabag him with those recalls. That's unstoppable for Cammy. Another Tidal Strike knockout onto Narakon, who lands an Earth Shatter, runs away, flickers away as he flinches first from the Renner.
That's a Laotian sniper moment right there. And Nightmare Esports can smell it. They are on their way to the grand finals. The base exposed.
And that is it. Nightmare clean up house. And the Laotian team, along with their imports, heads to the grand finals. One best of 7 away from the wildcards.
Congratulations to the Laotian squad, the runners-up of their own qualifiers, running through KOG. GG, well played to the Thai squad here. Again, their bag of tricks only runs so deep, and they are facing off against an OG in the MLBB Esports scene. At the lead is the Laotian sniper, Cammy. Who would have thought there was more than just the 1-1 to deal with? His Beatrix was a thing of beauty.
His immaculate, flawless gameplay, 7-0 and 5, willing to take on any challenge. And this game, he was served a full course meal. You got the Kalea Tsunami Slam combo. You have so much good coverage from the rest of the team. You got a Phobius by Luti standing in front, making sure that no one gets onto him. This game was set up for Cammy to find success, and he indeed found success.
Sub 14-minute game. Almost zero threat on Cammy, and too easy for Lexi. I think that's one of the few times that an IGN fits the player. It was indeed too easy for Lexi.
Yeah, given the Fanny pick in the last game too. It's crazy to think that in the second game that he had the Fanny option and he ignored it, but last game he picked it up and he just styled on Kings of Gamers. And on top of that, it's not like, oh, there's Malefic, Raw Blade, or Heptases. No. War Axe, Sea Halberd, Anticuras, and then a Winter Crown. He knows that he doesn't need to necessarily do the most damage because that has been achieved by Cammy, but he sure as hell pack a punch whenever he gets his hands onto the right targets.
One of the teams in action later on tonight picks a Valentina in the first phase 2, and that's Leon Esports. Nightmare know them very well. Here in this series, Husky, I don't know if you agree with me, but Murphy's early Valentina pick didn't really do much for them. If anything, it was more of a detriment. It was a liability.
I agree. Throughout the entire qualifiers from the group stage until now, we've both unanimously agreed that early Valentina picks are just it's a bait pick, right? You pick the early Valentina thinking that you have a box of chocolates of skills to pick from, but it ends up locking your draft into uncomfortable position. That's why I felt like, maybe a chip Phobius opening would have done them more good. That Valentina pick ended up bringing them a lot more disadvantage. They don't have the range, and it's not like Murpapi got to steal any great skills. He got Dominance Descent and a couple of Stolen Tsunami Slams, but unfortunately his team just does not have the same capacity as Nightmare to utilize, to follow up on those abilities.
Yep, and he's dealing with a relatively longer range comp. Again, the damage from Zask comes from way further. The damage from the Beatrix comes from way further, and sometimes you don't even see the Fanny coming through. So as a less than mobile mage in the Valentina who has short bursts of dashes, you can't protect yourself and you can't help your team in longer drawn out fights. So that's it. GG, well played. We have our very first grand finalist in the playoffs. That is Nightmare Esports. Now next, waiting in line, it's a battle between our favorites, Leon Esports and RLG Vietnam. That's coming your way in just a bit. His name is Husky, my name is Leo. Stay with us. When we come back, it's another best of 5 here at the M Challenge Cup for Mekong. We'll see you soon.
巻ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せてもらった。4代目他を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
はもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
You're tuned in to the Mekong M Challenge Cup for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. This is the qualifier for the MSC wildcard. His name is Cups. This right here is Husky, and my name is Leo. And Husky, Cups was just telling me how big of a fan he is of Leon Esports.
So yeah, I'm a huge fan of Leon Esports too. From how they made it through Group B, right? Flawless performance, didn't drop a single game. All games were pretty straightforward. They've shown this fantastic gameplay. They've shown great control. Their average game time they capped up at what, max 15 minutes and 45 seconds. Their shortest game was 11 minutes and 38 seconds. It seems like Leon Esports, they're not just here to win, they are here to dominate.
That's right, they are the only team to get out of the group stage with no losses. On the other hand, they are facing off against RLGV Vietnam, who had, short to say, a tumultuous run through the group stage. Won both of their series, but only after going all the way 2-1. We'll talk more specifically about their game and what their pocket picks are come the draft, but for now, do know that we already have Nightmare Esports locked in for the grand finals. They just won a best-of-5 series earlier tonight against KOG of Thailand, so our heart goes out to all of the Thai fans given that their representative has fallen. We have one Laotian team in the finals. We might be looking at one more unless the Vietnamese number 2 squad can say something about it. They are fighting for the pot that is $3,000 US, and of course that priceless ticket to the MSC wildcard. And then here, at least we can say Nightmare is confirmed $1,000, and all of these teams so far have buyed at least 500.
Yeah, $1,000 for Nightmare, 500 for Leon. But I think that the Thai fans can, be proud of what Leon has achieved, right? I'm pretty sure, not Leon, KOG has achieved, considering that they, finished top 4 and they put up a pretty decent fight against Nightmare. But now the attention turns over to Leon, right? This is another Laotian team that we are looking forward to playing. And they did come in as the first seed of the qualifiers from Laos, and we predicted that they will be in the finals to fight against Nightmare Esports. But I mean, RLG, they were the team that took a game off of Nightmare Esports too. So I do wonder how far can they push Leon.
And this is not a situation RLG is unfamiliar with. They lost in a sweep in a best-of-7 against the number 1 team out of Vietnam, that is Legion Esports, who have already punched their ticket to MSC wildcard. And here, they're once again fighting for that opportunity. Can their mixed squad get him there. Yes, I did say a mixed squad. They do have a couple of imports among them in this effort, in this campaign against Leon Esports. Namely, that is Carl the Roamer and Ashrit, their jungler.
Yeah, like these two have had some hit and misses, but one of the stars that really light up the night on the first day of the qualifiers was Miguel. The moment Miguel stepped into the ring, it felt like he was the true king. He was the one that is commanding RLG Vietnam, right? We talked about the supposedly the dream combination for the side of RLG Vietnam: Astrid, Carl, Miguel, Aura, and the King. This seems like the best version of the roster. Let's see if they start with that against Leon.
Leon Esports, an all Laotian squad. They are currently number 1 out of their qualifiers. And it's clear the gap between the performances of Leon Esports and Nightmare. Because again, in case you missed the series earlier tonight and their run through the group stage, Nightmare is notorious for, how do I say this and play it lightly, it's not very good in the early game. They always drop the ball some way, somehow in the first 5 minutes and then recover. Leon, on the other hand, always seem to be in control. As far back as the draft, again, they were one of the few teams, the only team, to go ahead and first pick a Valentina and control the draft from there.
Oh yeah, that's how they really have been winning most of the games, right? Like the drafts have been very solid, the gameplay even more so. As compared to RLG side, I think RLG, they need to polish up on some of the gameplays, because clearly there were moments where you think to yourself, what is RLG trying to achieve? Whereas for Leon Esports, they have a very clear direction, they have a very clear objective of what they want to do, and they commit to the call, which is one of the advanced qualities that a team needs to have to take it to the next level.
Folks, this is a best of 7, so these slip-ups, these mistakes are both at the same time recoverable, but also much easier to punish. So if an opponent finds out that there's a certain something you cannot answer to, best believe they will apply pressure. They will repeatedly force you to evolve and grow. And there's no lower bracket. There is no second chance. Lose this best of 5, it's over. It's a one-way ticket to the grand finals. One-way ticket to doubling your current prize pool and to fighting for that chance to head to MSC, to be part of the wild card, to go ahead and play in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. What an opportunity. What a chance for the likes of Leon Esports, RLG, and now a step closer confirmed Nightmare.
Oh yes. This is it's going to be quite an intense best of 5, right? I think the odds favor Leon overall. So for RLG, if they kind of play like how they did yesterday, I can foresee this to be a very clear sweep. Obviously, there are certain picks to look out for. Miguel's 1-1, his Irithel, the King's Masha. There are some pocket picks that RLG can bring out, but no matter how good the picks are, you gotta still have a clean gameplay, which Leon Esports display a lot more.
Yeah. Say what you will about pocket picks, but performance-wise, and again, just the confidence they bring into the battlefield, Leon Esports is second to none. RLG, on the other hand, you attack these specific picks, you take out the Florin, and it's over.
That was also one of the interesting picks, right? I think RLG was the team that really brought out all the healers and had like 3-4 healers banned against them. I wonder if Leon would take on the challenge, right? Let the Florin 2, let the Angela 2, and see what happens. Because we've seen like, there was a team, was it RLG?
ESB.
ESB, right? They picked the
Angela.
Angela.
The Estes. And the Estes.
The Estes too, yes, and they completely got like shut down. So I think Leon Esports, they definitely have done some homework. I personally think, sure, in ranked game, you ban it, but in a competitive setting, most teams should know how to deal with it, let it through, punish them once, and force them to play a conventional game of MLBB.
And if it comes down to conventional MLBB, you see the min-maxing and the rotations and the execution that Leon Esports is capable of. RLG have their work cut out for them. So now we're just waiting for the draft to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please get yourselves comfortable. Based on where you are around the world, I'm guessing it's about dinner time or supper. So if I may suggest, go ahead and keep the stream on. Leave it for a bit, go prepare your meal, and then come back, enjoy this best of 5 series with us. Again, first to score 3 wins and leaves their opponents in the dust, eliminates them from the playoffs, and moves on to face Nightmare Esports in the grand finals. We're one step closer to doing a rematch for that Laotian qualifier. Like, it can happen.
Yeah, it's very exciting because you win the qualifiers, and now it's like 5th of June, right? In less than a month, you get flown out to Riyadh to play the wild card, and if you win, if you make it to the wild card, that's another week, in Riyadh, right? You got the playoffs to work with, and there's a week gap in between where you probably have the chance to witness MWI. There's a lot of things happening at the Boulevard there, for EWC, and Leon, they've already punched the ticket. Now we're waiting for Leon to make it there. Either Leon or Nightmare, or maybe RLG to upset the status quo.
The schedule has been dropped. We now know what dates we're looking at to make it to MSC wildcard. It's 10th of July to the 13th. So you're right. In about a month, give or take, plus your travel time and prep, you have a month to prepare mentally. So that's where these teams are right now. Their mental space. I'm looking at Legion Esports too. They're thinking, hey, come that time in July, what's the weather like in Saudi Arabia? What's it like in Riyadh? I'll tell you now, it's dry as hell.
Yeah,
but I love it.
Dry.
It's very dry, but I love it.
Bring your sunscreen, your sunblock, get ready for some extreme temperature changes. You might feel your skin crack once you step out into the open. Bring some shades if you need. Just make sure you keep your skin moisturized, right? That's my best advice, because I made a huge mistake stepping out into the sun from the air-conditioned, studio on my first day. It wasn't kind. My lips cracked in under 15 minutes. But other than that, I love the environment. The Boulevard is great.
That seems very visual and very real, because I went through the same. Everyone who knows and has worked with me in our run for EWC last year knows that it was never easy. But I loved every second of it. I loved every day that we had to work, and that is what these teams are playing for. The chance to fly out and make that a part of their esports bucket list. To say, I played in the Esports World Cup. I was at MSC. I was in the wild card. I played with the best of the best. I had the chance to fight against the biggest teams in the world of MLBB Esports, and they got to take this one step at a time. But one series at a time, one best of 5, one best of 7 at a time. And what better way to prep us up for this next series by looking back at the series that was. I think we are going to be checking out the highlights of the past game. Here we go. The closer and the lead up to that win by Nightmare.
Game 1, it was all KOG with the chip picked. We wrote off their draft as being slightly more on the downside, but they proved us wrong. Not the chip pick, sorry, the Loyi pick, which completely, smothered every play that Nightmare wanted to bring to the table. And for the rest of the series, KOG had great early game initiatives, right? Like game 2, they were shutting down by Luti. They were making sure that this CC doesn't get to, take advantage of the X-Borg pick that they pull out in R5. But mid to late game onwards, they started dropping the ball. And that became a trend for game 3. And then game 4, they just completely lost control of the entire situation. Not to mention, Cammy's performance on this 1-1 was near flawless.
Cammy is someone that I'm sure Leon Esports is very familiar with. But how about RLG? Is RLG ready to study both Laotian squads? Because number one, they have to face Leon Esports first. So that means standing in their way is none other than Super Era. Super Era had a handful of MVP performances too. And then later on, if they want to make it to the grand finals, be prepared to face off against Cammy as well. So you can imagine the weight on RLG's shoulders. Like, they are prepping and mentally resolving themselves to fight against Laotian greatness. Like, this is the best that Laos and MLBB can produce right now.
Yeah, which is, I think, of all the time I have seen ML grow outside of like our region, I've always had the impression that Laos is great, right? Again, Nightmare is one of the homestay names. Leon Esports also the up and coming in the previous seasons. But sometimes I also tend to forget that Legion Esports, an experienced team from Vietnam, is the one that is spearheading their region. They're holding up Vietnam up by their own two hands. Of course, now you have the up and coming, the aspiring RLG, who also wants to be at least as close as they can be to the big brothers of Legion. But admittedly, there's still a lot of work to be done because Legion Esports are in a league of their own.
Legion Esports for the past 2 years has been the top dog, the apex predator of the whole Mekong esports infrastructure when it comes to MLBB. And Leon Esports might be a good second because, again, I'm just stating facts here. In the VMC 2025 qualifier for the wild card, that was a sweep. There was nothing RLG could have done to even challenge Legion. So maybe, just maybe, a little bit down the Mekong River is where the real challenge lies, in Leon Esports. That's my belief. Let's see through the series. This is logically the next step. Like the closest we'll get to Legion versus Leon before the actual matchup is how Leon goes up against RLG.
Yeah, and there's even a chance that, let's say Legion makes it through to wildcards, right? They beat Nightmare, they make it to wildcards. We might still miss out on Legion against Leon, depending on the seeding of the wildcards too. So that is it really comes down to the draw. I personally want to see them face off, but unlike last season where both wildcard seeds are determined from one qualifier, at least this time you have someone who gets a bye, and it opens up more opportunities for up and coming teams, right? You don't have to worry about, oh my goodness, Legion Esports is going to dominate, we just fight for second. There's none of that. Everyone plays for the equal percentage of opportunity to make it to the wildcards.
And that is the promised land for MLBB. I'm looking forward to meeting all of the up-and-coming squads, these names that could be bubbling up and becoming the legends of tomorrow in the wild card. So here, this process alone is a great gift to me to see who rises through the Mekong to challenge all those others who are looking to make a name for themselves out in the wild card. So folks, do bear with us. We are prepping up and readying for the best of 5 between RLG and Leon Esports coming your way in just a bit. So again, enjoy this look back at Nightmare versus KOG, because if you're enjoying Nightmare's playstyle, then you should all the more look forward to Leon Esports, because Leon Esports is the most refined MLBB we've seen in all of Mekong so far, save for Legion Esports. I don't know if you agree with me, Husky, but I'm gonna die on that hill.
Yeah, I'll die on the hill with you. I think Leon Esports so far is the team that had the least amount of things that we looked at and say, hey, they need to fix this, right? Like you say, very refined, very polished, and every move has a purpose, and that is one of the harder things to do as well. As you move up the level of playing field for MLBB, every move needs to serve a purpose, and I think Leon Esports have achieved that. Every single action that they have ends up resulting in something, in a net positive for them.
RLG, there's so much to talk about. And I think we said everything that we could about them in the opening bout. If anything, I'm excited to go into the best of 5 because I think there's more to them. They're a very nuanced squad. Like the decisions that they make, the way that they play, there's just so many things that they do that I don't understand completely, that I hope Leon helps us comprehend.
Yeah, I think, it would be a shocker if RLG pulls up I will call RLG beating Leon Esports an upset, at this point of time, just based off of yesterday. Because RLG, they have pushed every series they play to a full game 3, but my biggest problem with that is that the games that they lose, it didn't felt like RLG. It's not like they gave it their all and they lost the game. It felt like they just lay down and they put their hands up and they're like, let's go game 3. And that's something they need to polish up. They need to plug the holes a little bit, because if not, when you go up against a team like Leon, who is momentum based, who is always clear in what they want to do, there is no space for you to keep making these mistakes and trial and error, right? You have to always be at your 100%.
That's right. Champions aren't built on an attitude that goes off of GG, go next, I'll try again later, this game is lost. No, comebacks are where the greatest games are won. Game 7s are where champions are forged, not where you go, all right, I'm done, let me just walk into the opponent's base and let them end me as soon as I can. Like, I'm hoping that we don't see that kind of gameplay from RLG tonight. I'm hoping that games that they can win, they believe that they can win, they give their all, and games that they don't, they still try anyways. And I'm sure Leon will do the same. We know Leon does that.
I just, my eyes are on Carl. My eyes are on Carl, because like Carl and Aura, like I used to play a lot of roam. Now I transitioned to a lot more to mid. But looking at the roam role right now, I believe roam has such a huge impact on the game, right? And Carl, he's been a big impact player in games that RLG won. He is the reason that they get the lead. But in games that RLG lost, he is also the reason that they lose the lead. Like Carl, feels like he sometimes feels like a more impulsive player. He makes moves just like a shadow of what we saw earlier on from KOG's OG67. The team wasn't ready. You make a move, and then everyone gets sucked into this vacuum of losing out. I think that's the player that I'm gonna look for to make a play, but also not overdo it.
Yeah, not to mention how they have the potential to shuffle up. If you'll remember, in the opening days of the group stage, they switch it up. RLG Vietnam, they like to switch their players around, put players into different roles. I hope that tonight against Leon, they stick to a plan. They stick to a roster, they stick to a lineup, and see it through, because that's how you beat a top-tier team in the Mekong region like Leon Esports, is by consistency.
Yeah, I think that's the most important thing. That's the tallest mountain to climb. Consistency is something that RLG hasn't shown. So I hope they do that. I think for Leon Esports, if I look at Carl from RLG, for Leon, I'm looking at Juviana. I think Juviana has been solid XP laner and has a very different personality compared to the King, who has like pocket picks like Marsha, who likes to be in your face, go for these assassin type builds. But Juviana, he's a tank. He's the brick wall of Leon Esports. So that's going to be very interesting to see two very different XP laner characters, which is a very rare thing right now in the current metagame.
Yeah, and I think that same contradiction in juxtaposition is there for the junglers, right? Water and Ashrit. Water seems to flow very well, no matter as a utility jungler or, facing off against a utility jungler, or as an assassin that likes to weave in and out. Ashrit, on the other hand, seems to be very set on their ways. Ashrit likes to rotate or play a single way and then, heavy hand their way into succeeding with that kind of strategy. Hoping that Ashrit knows how to dance with water and knows how to flow with him, or else they're going to struggle, or else they're going to be on a one-way trip to getting eliminated.
Yeah, and unfortunately, this best of 5. I mean, they have some time, has some extra time to think about what to do next, right? Even though there's a bit of a tech issue, but most importantly, we have to make sure that they're in tip-top condition to play, right? Nothing happens during the game.
That's right. So with that, folks, we hope you stay with us, because when we come back for reals, this time for reals, we are going to go into the best of 5 between Leon Esports and RLG Vietnam. On behalf of Husky and everyone making the M Challenge Cup possible, my name is Leo. Stay with us. We're going to go into a quick break, and we'll see you after this. Welcome back. You are tuned in to the M Challenge Cup. His name is Husky and my name is Leo, and I believe we got word that we are finally starting the best of 5 between RLG Vietnam and Leon Esports. We gave you the rundown. We ran through some of the key players. We talked about their performance leading up to the playoffs, and now a best of 5 is on its way. Husky, I'm gonna put you on the spot, all right?
All right.
What's the prediction?
Oh boy. Okay. Prediction. Yeah, I'm gonna go out on a limb. I think 3-0. I think 3-0 Leon. Right, as much as I have, praises for some of RLG's performance, based off of group stage, I think Leon is just a cut above.
Okay. I'm gonna upset the system this time and say 3-2 RLG.
Whoa.
That's right. Hey, if I'm wrong, then you're right. At least half of us got it right. But if I'm right, then I'll say I told you so.
Yeah. I mean, if RLG pushes it to a game 5, I will be impressed. I will be mad impressed, right? Because I don't see that in them just yet. Although maybe game 1 would change my mind. Hopefully they change my mind. I like to be proven wrong. So we'll see what RLG can bring out. Maybe the cheese picks will work, right? Maybe, the good old Florian, maybe the good old Masha would work. And if that's the case, then I'll be looking forward to Leon Esports to adjust to it.
Yeah, I think those low yi chips are going to be hotter in this matchup. The healers, of course, for RLG. That'll mean there's a lot on the shoulders of Coach Alain here, on the shoulders of Coach Recartista, right? And again, we did see the elimination of KOG, but there is still a Thai coach playing. So again, the Thais can just move over and say, okay, we're cheering for Leon Esports now. At least there's still a coach that is playing on our behalf.
It's pretty funny, right? When Leon Esports took on KOG yesterday, we were saying that Recartista is sort of the double agent, the turncoat of Thailand, and he's been doing well. He's been putting out some really good drafts. He's been winning games in a very clean manner. Also, all thanks to all his Laotian players. They even have a sub that we haven't seen yet. I don't think we'll see him anytime soon, and I'm fine with it. This main 5 of Leon is good enough for now.
It is a tight roster, and their draft is, I can say, the same. Here we go. Game number 1. Leon Esports on the play. The Mathilda banned out first. RLG. We can expect for them to ban the likes of Lo Yi, the Chip. Let's run through their bans yesterday. Or rather, in day 1 in the opener. Against Nightmare, they took out Moskov, Angela, Joy, Haya. All right. So they're banning junglers. There it is. Fanny and Baksha.
Maybe RLG's cheese strat is only reserved for very specific teams. We have seen stuff like that too. Guess reminds me of a bit of that SRG OG flavor when they first played Homeboys, where Xavier Ling was a thing, and then we had a Odette picked in the upper bracket finals too into a Minsita Go and Glue Roam. That's quite the party. But so far the bans have been pretty normal, very straightforward. Fanny banned out too. Kalea is still up on the table. Drusi was completely ignored in the previous best of 5, but good to see Leon put some respect on her name.
Leon reading into the situation here, bans out the chip, so they know the status quo. They know how broken a good chip could be. And there's one more for RLG. Do they ban the Kalea? Do they block out Super Nemo from the, I think, de facto most in-demand roamer in the game right now?
I think you ban Kalea. I personally would ban Kalea. I think it's always a... Unless you have the gut thought counter, right? We've seen it work. It still has a high, I think, success rate overall in all the games that have been played globally. But it's a risk that you have to take, right? It's a trade that you have to have an answer to it. And indeed, they let it through. They banned out the Joy first, which Water popped off yesterday. And also, I think it's not the King playing. It's actually Yus who is playing. And I believe Yus... Was he the... Oh, he's not the Freya person.
They're taking a while here.
Should be Kalia, right?
Should be Kalia. And there it is. Okay, so for the first time in a while, the Lucas is out in the wild. The Hayabusa too, if that's one way you want to go. RLG. All right, they see the Lucas from a mile away. They pick the early Valentina, but I think Leon is used to this. They do this themselves, so Trek Artista must have a response.
Oh man, of course it's the Migo 1-1 first pick. So it's quite poetic that both teams that play a good 1-1, RLG and Nightmare, both are willing to pick 1-1 no matter what in the early phase. No Lucas, no problem. I mean, there's still the Hayabusa if Leon wants to go for it. The Phobius is also up, but they go for the Hayabusa Kimi combo instead.
They're saying, make my day. Pick the Lucas. It's well read out. Will RLG bite the gun here or jump the bullet? I'm pretty sure the saying goes that way. This has to be the Lucas, right? Like right here. If this isn't the Lucas, then they wasted the whole Valentina trade-off, and there it is.
Yep. Lucas ban. Lucas pick, sorry. I think Phobius is a ban that you must consider right now if you're RLG. Ban out the Phobius. And the glue also is could be considered. I mean, they themselves can pick the glue as of now. But if they don't, it has to be a ban too. Leon is still lacking potential gold laner and XP laner. But judging by what they have, I think a Hylos wouldn't be too bad for Leon.
We see the Moskov ban by RLG. I think they should just ban the Granger as well. Leon takes out the Jawhead. No roamer clearly yet for Radiance. Legend Gaming. Would they ban the Harriet or Granger? I like the Granger better into the 1-1. I don't like the Harriet so much.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I want. I don't think I want the Granger. No, not the Granger. I think you ban the Granger. I agree. I think you ban the Granger. Even if Leon takes the Harif, there is a good way to deal with it, right? As like Leon with the Lucas. So I think you ban the Granger here because Leon Esports, they have some good long range ways to attack. Even if they flex the Kimi, of course there's still the Farsa, you can't really block out everything, but instead they ban out the Export themselves.
Which makes sense. You want to protect the Lucas. And you want to save the 1-1 from the trouble of dealing with an X-board. Because that's one valid way of dealing with the crossbow tank, right? You run a target that is okay to die into the ult, and then you go from there. So Coach Dran sets up his team, sets up his gold laner Miguel for a good ramp up. I think he asked him, Miguel, can you deal with the Granger or Harriet? Like, I can deal with whatever, coach. Just get rid of the X-board.
If they ban the Export, which means what do they have? I mean, they could throw a massive curveball and put like a Fredrin jungle and put the Lucas in XP. That would be a crazy pivot. The Phobos gets banned out by Leon. And there it is. There's the glue pick.
Okay, threaten the Kimi. Threaten the potential Granger pick. Because it comes down to this, right? You can even threaten the Harith, for all I care. But Leon have to show us now. Is this a gold lane Kimi or not?
I think they're in a tough position. I mean, you can pick the Faramis. But then it's a Valentina you need to deal with. If not, then you could put the Kimi mid. You can still pick the Granger, but then your XP lane has to be someone that can like really eat up shots like Hylos, I guess. If you want to go more offensive than CC, but I think CC is not good enough. Oh, for them it is. They picked CC. Okay, at least you got that right.
They dap up, they agree.
Okay.
It's the Kimi Granger lineup with a CC backup. I just don't know how to feel about the Kalia. Because unlike the Kalia Bea combo, it's a clear way to burst down whoever they Tsunami Slam. But here, you're lining up the shots.
Yeah. I mean, they do have decent damage, right? They have like tons of consistent damage. That's one thing. So as long as the glue doesn't stick onto Kimmy or the Granger, they have a good shot of dealing with it. But now this Gatot poses a big problem. With this talk about the Gatot counter into the Kalea, you grab someone, the Gatot's gonna come flying in, and all your methods of trying to burst the target is going to fail because of that AoE coverage. RLG have some insane dives, very bulky front lines, and great burst damage. So, I don't know, I think Leon is in a harder spot. I can't believe I'm saying this. I'm liking RLG's draft a bit more.
Here's a little Easter egg for you. Is that Coach Dran of RLG rocking Blacklist International sweatpants?
I think so, yeah.
Fan of MLBB is a student of the game. Here's a quick look at the drafts by Leon Esports and RLG Vietnam. Leon Esports, by the way, I think is currently undefeated with the Kimmy Granger combo.
Yeah, it's a good old classic, right? Long range damage. If you can't get to them, they are going to eventually, take you out. But that early to mid, I think you rely a lot more on the Kimmy because he has that a sustained damage. Super Era is going to take some while, but once the Sky Piercer comes online, then you have a slightly easier way to deal with the bulky front line of RLG.
So the predictions, the sweep by Husky, and what did I say? A 3-2, yeah?
3-2.
Till the enemy reaches the
Okay.
battlefield.
Let's see how far these predictions go as we get into the Land of Dawn. Again, we rarely see Lucas come through anymore in the draft. And here, RLG are able to finesse it in by first picking a Valentina. Game 1 in the best of 5. Orange star for both junglers.
Be parallel jungling. Let's see. Winning priorities can given over to Agi and Super Nemo. Very much expected. We see so many Valentina like a first phase pick today. Most of them have ended up failing, but this is exactly what I expected when CC has a winning lane. Make them lose minion. You either lose minions or you lose health. You gotta make a choice if you are used. And if you are Leon, you might have to start you might have to start thinking about bringing Carl to free this glue from his lane, so that he doesn't get punished like that. But they have their hands full because mid lane is also being assaulted.
Oh, how is Agi doing this? Stepping in melee range against Carl. He answers back in kind. Oh,
I think ooh, that was really close. Because I feel like there's a universe that he could get jumped on. Leon, as much as this draft, I mean, on paper, is going to struggle a bit against RLG. What they do have is lane priority. They're winning XP, they're winning mid, bottom lane is pretty much in their favor as well. RLG, at some point, you gotta start making a decision. Which lane are you willing to sack a little bit to get an advantage somewhere else?
it looks like they're throwing Ashrit up to the top lane there to answer to Juviana, but Juviana don't care. Juviana's happy to hold ransom the jungler and again still win against the lane, against Yas. It's tough to be the glue. Again, if you're the glue in this matchup, it's not Yas, it's Gnar.
It's going to be quite tough for this glue. He's not going to hit 4 in time. So Leon Esports will get priority at the turtle pit. Stolen Tsunami Slam, that's Attraction Pulse, pulling Aura back. Stalin to bring him down. Carl looking for a target to taunt out, but they all just pull back. It's very good spacing from the side of Leon Esports. Aura wants to find a grab, but just couldn't get it. The Shadow Cube gets used. First split for Leon, and now Ashri jumps in. He's gonna get staggered for days on end. Couldn't get the full combo off. He's really trying, but his efforts are in vain as Astrid ends up going down. Aura now flickers away. Leon somehow loses nothing.
Clutch entry there by Juviana. This is the difficulty that you face as a Hayabusa when you're deep into a fight like this. It's hard to go against Unleashed Beast Lucas, but what he did was he gambled with it. He went in with a shadow kill, not sure where the targeting would go, and then tried to retry, but he was out of range. That's the long and short of it.
And he still came out with 2 kills, and one of it was onto Astrid. That is the great start. Again, Leon continuing to take advantage of the lane priority that they got. You know, the correct members are getting the goal. 2 assists for Agi. Kill for Juviana. Super Era now having Hunter's Strike. Is doing pretty fine against Miguel, who can hopscotch out of the bullet trajectory.
All right, so now maybe the play for RLG is to send dudes down bottom to babysit Miguel, because Miguel needs it more. Again, it's okay if Yus gets beaten down, but if Miguel gets beaten down, forget about it. Like, you're not getting very far.
I agree. And now there's a 4-man stack up in the middle lane. Aura's gonna hold the top side bush. Karl Archer is gonna be there. Karl's gonna check the bush. Instantly loses more than half his health bar. He's not gonna be able to respond in time. Traction Pulse pulls Archer back in. And Super Nemo jumps on top of an Aura, trying to find a stolen ultimate, but finds nothing. The jungler goes down. Aura also falls. 2 kills going to Super Nemo already. Finally, Yu shows up. But a flicker away keeps Super Nemo in a very safe spot. That's 3 for Leon.
And all this time, Juviana didn't even leave the lane. And all this time, there was nothing Miguel could have done. And what impressed me the most is how the 4-man stack picked the fight against the unwitting members of RLG and anticipated the clapbacks. Carl's in trouble here, forced the AOG back, retreating behind tier 2. This is RLG getting bullied, man. First 5 minutes in, they're down 4K.
Yeah, and bottom and top tier 1, all that gold shaving, that plating shaved off too. So much gold going over to Leon, and that's out of like 5 kills, right? You can even count it an average of 1,000 gold advantage per kill. Juviana's having a good time, you know, all the core members are having a good time. Water doesn't need to do much. In fact, 100% kill participation, all 5 of them were assists.
Okay, here's maybe one way you feel bad is a lot of kills are Super Nemo.
That's the Tsunami Slam into a kill conversion. Finally, they get Super Nemo out of the way. That's a big shutdown. A 4-0 shutdown. Flicker forward. Aura getting gunned down. Yus finally comes in to help. But they also lost Carl in the process. That's 2 more deaths for RLG. Make it 3. Double kill for Aggie. And Yus, there's nothing much he can do. He hops off his target and gets forced underneath his tier 2.
Leon Esports are running through RLG. RLG are trying to put up a fight. RLG are meeting them halfway, but stumble every single time they do. Here's a quick replay of that fight. Again, as I mentioned, a lot of kills are Super Nemo. This is a silver lining for RLG. Some economy went back their way because they shut down Super Nemo, but Leon Esports are willing to take that risk because, again, roamers are meant to die. And that was a death well spent, traded for 4.
Red team turret has been destroyed.
If you're Astrid, like your full combo, your flash stab, flash combo, everything has to hit the back line. If you're directly onto Super Nemo, you're gonna get gunned down by Agi and Super Era. That's conceal use. So RLG gets nothing again. Tier 2 bottom going down at around the 6-minute mark. And that's only the second turtle. The third turtle, in fact. But still, this is snowballing out of control.
Husky, nothing fancy Leon is doing. This is just fundamental MLBB that they are approaching RLG with, and RLG are left reeling. Again, this is the first time we've seen him dominated this way. Not a single turret. They do have a turtle, a single kill, but oh, Tsunami Slam.
And Vengeance underneath the tier 2, more than enough damage. Now the actual Tsunami Slam comes in, Aura ends up going down, they get the execute onto Carl. This fight is pretty much done and dusted. RLG cannot find a way back in, top tier 2 now have to be conceded.
A very expensive way to trade for Juviana. It's very frustrating to fight against a CC, but when you're down this much, this bad, about 7, 8K, you'll do anything it takes, and you'll trade however many you could afford, but a mid and a roamer for a singular XP laner? That's a bad trade. AOG coming through. Oh!
This time, Astrid finally gets to the backline, but doesn't have to go. They find a taunt though. That taunt onto water is huge. And they actually get a good shutdown. Used with the flicker to follow, doesn't find anything. But RLG, finally after almost 8 minutes, finds a positive trade.
That is RLG's first free kill. Their first actual win that netted them something. Not much of a economy swing, but again, that's less pressure laid down on them with the Hayabusa of the map. Water taken out here for a nap for just a bit, but he is back on the map. And this is time for Leon to recover, for them to grow their lead again, which was shrunk down now to about 5,000, 6,000.
Just now it was around what 8,000, right? So all things considered, not too shabby. Here comes Conceal. Super Nemo sees Aura, who dashes away. That's a flicker into straight up a kidnap, and Aura is straight up gone. Nothing that RLG could do. Traction Pulse almost threatens a pullback. And now with Lord on the table, Leon is gonna start working on it.
9 out of 10 times, I will always expend my flicker as a roamer to take out a mid laner. That's a good trade. The only better trade would be if it was a jungler or a gold laner I'm taking down. And Super Nemo are making these calls on time. And what is on time? Exactly when RLG aren't ready o'clock. And because of that, they took a free Lord real quick. RLG didn't even see it coming.
Actually, it will be spotted out too by Super Nemo, and that's not where you want to be. Spoilers doesn't get any pullback, but Leon now has plenty of time to set up a Lord push.
Ooh, that's a nasty concentrated energy picked up by Agi, so he can stay in fights much longer. Super Nemo, just by jumping into range, threatens so much from RLG, they just back out of there. That's how lethal Leon is now. I can't believe I downplayed this combo of Tsunami Slam into either the salvo from the Kimmy or the Granger. This is gross. Look at the back line.
But from behind, the taunt doesn't land on the Super Era, and that's the glue that we just saw evaporate. Astrate, he hops in and he hops out. These bombs comes in and they finally get Super Nemo. Something for Miguel to be proud of, but unfortunately, there's just too much. Leon bulldozes through them, and this is a 10-minute game. Just a bit after 10 minutes, and Leon are literally at the doorsteps of RLG. One last wave to work with. They're gonna start focusing on the crystal. RLG, desperate attempts, but it's just too much. And Leon Esports wondering, how did the game already end?
Some of them are wondering, some of them are celebrating. And is it just me, or is that not the fastest game in all of the M Challenge Cup? Whether it be the group or the playoff. What was that, 10 and 30?
I think so. 10.5 minutes.
Alright, confirmed that is the fastest game. That is the fastest game.
Yeah, whew. That is going to send some shockwaves through the ranks of RLG and their supporters. This is really going to test them. How do you recover from a game like this, where you have a draft that on paper is going to work well if you're even, but you lose every single lane in the first 5 minutes, and it just goes out of control. There was no recovery plan. There was no way for them to come back into the game. And Leon Esports just kept running with it until the crystal eventually broke.
My God, not even 10 and a half. I overestimated. It's 10 and 30, 10 and 20. A full 10 seconds less than what we initially called it. And the MVP, their Super Era. Husky, what do they feed these boys over there in Laos? I've never been to Laos, but now I'm wondering, like, what is the cuisine? Is it similar to Filipino food? Is that why they're so good at MLBB?
I don't know. I've never been to Laos too, but I sure hope, I'm very sure it's some super good food that caters to the taste buds. Even from this, like, first lore, we already see the power of this comp, right? When you start winning lanes, when the enemies start falling behind levels, they start falling behind in experience. This snowball effect started a lot more earlier than RLG would have anticipated. At first, they thought we could still go toe-to-toe because it's just a small advantage. But no, these early lane dominant picks has started an avalanche that RLG only realized when they've lost half the cabin in the snow.
Toe-to-toe is right. We saw it in all 10 minutes. Roll per roll, lane per lane. Leon Esports outclasses RLG. Now the question is, can they come together as a team to make up for that difference? Starts with the draft, starts with the first 5 minutes, starts in the first 10. It's going to be difficult. It's an uphill battle for RLG. We're going to go on a quick break, and this is the time for RLG to regroup and to collect themselves. We'll be back into another game in this best of 5. Game 2 coming your way. Stay with us.
không biết này, thời buổi đừng cái tin cái gì trên mạng, con không hiểu không? Nhưng mà thôi, không linh tinh nữa. Vào game đi, nhanh, khẩn trương nhá. Ui giời ơi.
Piu piu,
Đỗ Messi,
nuốt 250 của tao không trôi đâu.
tao thích.
Ngày hôm nay nợ máu phải trả bằng nước màu.
Lên đường.
Piu piu,
Đỗ Messi,
piu piu,
Đỗ Messi,
piu piu.
Đỗ Messi. Thôi, ông làm gì làm luôn đi. Đỗ Messi.
Thời này ai còn bem như ngoài đời thật. Muốn giải quyết mâu thuẫn hãy vào Mobile Legends.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Piu ơi, lùi đừng một cái ba, piu đừng piu.
Ê bạn ơi, lên, 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 hết bà nè.
Cố lên các anh ơi. Để giúp anh.
Bạn hết chung đó đi anh em. Này thì mày uống cao này.
Chơi game là phải như thế chứ. Phải Vinisa, Legend. Bốn anh em mình, Legend. Vinisa, Legend.
Nhưng mà nhớ giả bạn 250 nhé.
Mina, 内巻ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クロノ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
It's time for game 2 in the best of 5 between RLGV Vietnam and Leon Esports. My name is Leo. This right here is Husky. We'll be calling the action for you. And in case you missed it, we just came from a record-breaking game. 10 minutes, 20 seconds all it took for Leon Esports to run through RLG.
Yep, and they've already started to cross the finishing line at around 2 minutes, where they won all 3 lanes, the first objective, and then all subsequent fights. Leon Leon Esports didn't miss a beat. RLG, they got some scraps, but it was out of the generosity of Leon. It was out of necessity for Leon to achieve greater things, and that's why the game ended by the first lord at 10 minutes 20 seconds, where it really felt like they were untouchable. Like RLG, they had some good ideas as the game progressed, right? They come in from awkward angles to try to catch Leon Esports off guard, but at that point, it was already way too late. Leon Esports were just too far ahead to care about RLG.
The first match tonight was between Nightmare Esports, also of Laos, versus KOG of Thailand. That ended in a 3-1. There was some fight, there was some give, but it was clear that Laotian MLBB reigned supreme, and that seems to be the same story here, which is odd because RLG are from Vietnam, and the number one team out of the whole Mekong region currently is Legion Esports. If you've been watching MLBB Esports in the past couple of years, you'll know that it was them. It was always them, Legion Esports, and out of Vietnam alone, RLG were a far second, and I think that's the case, Husky. They are a far second. Leon Esports, I think, are looking to put Laotian MLBB back on the map, and they're starting here.
Yeah, and they're doing a very, very good job, right? Again, clean MLBB. There really wasn't anything that you could look at and be like, Leon Esports could do better. They are doing, I think, like, this is peak Leon MLBB from Laos. I think even I'm gonna call it here. I think even Nightmare is gonna have some problem dealing with Leon Esports' current form, because again, they have very solid picks. They are very confident with themselves. Sometimes when you go for drafts like what they did in Game 1, you have to really know what you're doing. And Leon Esports pull it off as if RLG were just not even a match for them.
Husky, Nightmare already struggled with Leon. Again, in the Laotian qualifiers, Leon got a dominant win. They are number one from Laos. So I bet Nightmare are looking at the brackets and watching this best of 5 saying, oh man, here we go again. Into the draft we go. RLG, Vietnam on the play, banning out the Badang, while Leon Esports taking out the Fanny. Even with RLG taking that 1-1 early, there was nothing they could do. And again, the early Valentina bit them in the behind. Like that was a little too bold.
Yeah, I think again, early Valentina is a recipe for disaster. I think it's not worth picking unless you really are sure of what you're doing, because it's so hard to get value out of Valentina without the right tools, right? Like she is someone that she's a jack of all trades because she borrows other people's tools, but there are so many conditions to fulfill, and I just don't think that early picking the Valentina to protect the Lucas is the way to go, which in of itself makes Lucas a very tricky pick to handle if you want it on your end.
It was brazen doing that against Leon Esports, and the latter punished accordingly. RLG banning out the Luyi and the Matilda, while Leon taking out the Kalia and I would assume the Baksha. Nope, they let it open. The chip is what gets banned out. RLG, should they Baksha first? Oh, there it is.
Yeah, they Baksha. It blocks out the Kimmy, or at least it really threatens the Kimmy, but there's a pick that doesn't really care about the Baksha, right? I mean, which is a Granger. Granger doesn't care about the Baksha. I mean, you still have the Joy available. Joy, Hayabusa, the usual. Some teams, they still pick Frederick into Baksha regardless. Let's see. I mean, what else is there for Leon? The Jusin is open if they want to go Jusin.
Jushin Granger.
Jusin Granger, sounds good. Gatot, okay. That's a wow. That is a. We call RLG brazen, but Leon's also pretty bold. And there's a wow Gatot 1-1. All right.
Half of these picks you get, right? The 1-1 is good against the Baksha alone, because again, it's right in front of your face. Like you can get stacks on that pretty easily. But the Gatot, though, that's the question. RLG answer back with a Joy and the Euphobius here to answer the 1-1. No. Now Leon has room to Phobius.
They definitely have room to Phobius. No, I don't think you want to put Gatot in XP anyways. No, they take Hayabusa. So Phobius completely gets ignored.
Forget about it. It's hard to Phobius since there's a Baksha. your shields don't keep you alive as long if you get touched by the Baksha marks. So I get the Hayabusa. Water did, run circles around RLG earlier on, so he must be feeling himself. Leon now can block out more picks. Mid laners, did they choke out mid laners? They are first on the swing back.
I agree. I think you choke out mid laners. Farsa, I mean, do you have... Okay, actually, maybe not. Maybe the Yves, right? Like Farsa, there is the Hayabusa and Gato to deal with it. Maybe Yves is a pick that they can look into. I don't think they're worried about the Valentina for now.
They can pick the Farsa, actually. They can pick the Farsa. They don't care.
Yeah.
They're just protecting the 1-1 anyways. We get that. There's the Jawhead ban, the Glue ban. Oh, quick bans going back and forth.
It's such a switch of pace. So the bans in the previous games have been pretty slow, right? Teams are taking the time to really think about what to eliminate. What else? I know the export was banned by RLG last in the previous game. Let's see. Do you ban Valen? Do you ban Yves? And then you take Farsa? I think they ban Dusin.
And I would assume the Farsa comes out, right? When the picking phase resumes. There's a CC. Juviana was a menace. Juviana was straight up a criminal with his CC earlier. Now Leon Esports, this has got to be the Farsa. If you're playing Farsa anyways, or if you're trying to protect Super Era, this is where the Farsa comes in.
Unless they have a different plan, but I don't see anything, right? I don't see any other options. If you want to go mid laner, Farsa is a must pick right here, and then you can save this Gato for last, and then see where he goes. Now that this Baksha is a decent XP lane choice, just because there's no CC and glue. So indeed, Farsa comes out.
Husky, we're so good at predicting. Maybe we should be professional casters.
I agree. I think it's time to put ourselves out there. Increase, expand that portfolio a little bit. Done with this community cast.
RLG, they gotta close up the draft here. We'll find out where exactly this box is going. There's a good chunk of roamers still left. We haven't seen many Chos. We haven't seen the Hylos in quite a while. We do miss our Centaur man, our magical Centaur man. They don't have much of a front line, but oh, here we go! They forgot to close up the gaps! The notorious healers are coming!
The RLG special. This is an aura. And you wanted the Cho, ask and you shall receive. There it is. That's the Carl Cho.
We're so good at this. Maybe we should start getting gigs,
Yeah, we should start getting the bigger one.
But we didn't see the Angela coming. And even Leon didn't see that coming. I wonder how Coach Trek Artista is addressing this amongst his team, because look, with the hands at the hips, he's like, all right, boys, who saw that coming? Who forgot the bandagella?
It's like, oh, okay, they got us this time. We completely forgot. Maybe it doesn't matter, right? Edith into the XP lane to deal with the Baksha. I mean, we've seen what the Angela, we've seen the limitations of Angela, right? You get a 2-for-1. Again, my eyes are on Carl. I want to see him work magic on this show, right? He's going to be the one that sets the tempo and how much RLG can push that early game, that potential early game snowball.
Another option is the map gets played by Leon, and that puts RLG in an odd position. Also, is it just me or did they shake hands with their left hands? That was odd.
Oh, well, yeah. Usually
I think they did. Anyways,
yeah,
that's neither here nor there. I'm just saying, RLG Vietnam. I'm looking at their lineup. This is Aura, the mid laner of RLG, on the Angela. They have really bad wave clear. Husky, this is on a scale of 1 to 10. I give it like a 5.5, and I'm being very generous. They don't clear waves very good.
No, they don't. I personally prefer Leon's draft a bit more. I mean, decent wave clear. They have a good team fight. RLG, you're very reliant on that Angela, right? Wants to get your snowball going. Miguel, it's very rare that we see him without the 1-1. Then Super Era stealing it away. So this is a game where Leon Esports is looking to send a message.
Here we go. Game number 2. After the train wreck that was game 1, it looks like RLG are looking to recover with a comfort pick on the Angela. This is a comp that they've always wanted to do. This very rarely comes through the drafts, and this is their chance at stopping Leon Esports from making it a match point.
The advantage of having the Angela is that you'll win these kind of trades, these long drawn out trades. You can keep yourself and your Roma topped up, but the problem still persists, right? Angela, not the toughest cookie out there. Gonna try to get the Little Wanderer, they will get it, no problem.
Not the hardest hitting either. I'm worried that they put this in mid. Again, I lost track of exactly what the stats are in mid lane Angelas and roamer Angelas. I'd reckon it's 3 out of 5, 60-40. A majority going towards mid these days, but that always still just irks me. I don't like not having good wave clear in mid.
Me too. It has been a big topic. I think even in MPL MY, whenever we see an Angela mid back then, we start questioning, the applications of it because it's so specific. If the conditions are not met, this Angela mid suddenly becomes a secondary roamer that functions worse than most conventional roamers nowadays.
And fortunately, they have a chunky side laner in the Baksha, so they don't have to worry about, the peel. But again, wave clear is where they struggle. Carl keeping tabs on water here. Ashrit says, let's go. And they answer in kind. Shadow strike, shadow kill.
Thankfully, Aki isn't level 4 just yet because I think he could have blasted Carl for sure. No shadow kill for the upcoming turtle. They do force it to revitalize from Yus though, and the rest of Leon, they're beelining towards the bottom lane. So Yus looking to run away, almost got intercepted by Super Nemo. There's no Turtles Poissons, no Revitalize for this Baksha. It's not going to be as tanky. They need to rely on the hard guard, which Aura is trying to get right now.
That's unfortunate. And especially when you're talking about game-changing battle spells. Leon still has Super Nemo's Revitalize. Sure, they don't have the Shadow Kill, but now Agi has the Feathered Airstrike. So RLG now have to really weigh their options. Is it worth it contesting here? Especially since Water is a full level up on Ashri.
Ashri is going to dodge the Earth Shatter. Still, Turtle goes over to the side of Leon. Feathered Airstrike zones them all the way. And Leon gets a clean disengage.
And a clean take on the first turtle of the game. This is a very differently paced game compared to game 1. By this point in game 1, it was clear that Leon wasn't in control. Leon was way ahead. But now, it's a slow roll. It's a slow climb. Barely 500 gold between these two teams. Looking at the items, a small advantage on Super Era. But again, you'll take any advantage you can. That's about 200, 300 gold between the Moskov and the 1-1.
Yeah, I think it's also almost about time for Water to spring into action. He doesn't have the Shadow Kill just yet, because I think if he does, he would have straight up solo kill Carl. Just came back up. Puts pressure onto Miguel too. Aggie playing very safe. So if Ashri shows up, there's going to be no kill angle. This Electrifying Beast out. This Angela now is exposed. Here comes the Shadow Kill. Aura trying to split the damage. Managing to do just that. Aura will survive as Juice rolls in. They find the knockout, the kick onto Aggie. And then a roundhouse. He flickers away. Gets saved by the AOG. But still First Blood goes over to Aura with the Heart Wave. And Leon Esports now will not have enough damage to continue fighting.
That was unfortunate. Agi found himself in the middle of the fight too deep. Got caught into too much CC. And instead of rocking the Purify, again, he's rocking the Flicker, which has its applications, but here, he used it to reposition, and it was still a unsafe spot to use the Feathered Airstrike in. But, I don't know, if it was up to me, maybe if you could get at least 2 salvos of the Feathered Airstrike, maybe you could have gone out with a trade, but que sera, like, we can only speculate.
But it does give Aura a good start. I mean, first, but they went over to Aura. The fast that they wasted to take. Not a hero that needs too much gold. The Oasis that's ready. You can start distributing gold to everyone else. You's gonna be forced away. The Shadow doesn't connect, so no Shadow Kill from Water. It's not gonna be able to force out any resources from him either. Second turtle now spawning top side.
Alright, it's the same balance of battle spells. A Revitalize for Leon. RLG has none. Check this out. Yus gets caught up.
Very early hard guard. They're just gonna try and walk in and zone out the rest of Leon. Super Nemo's in the fray. Here comes the AOG. Completely misses. A kick onto water as the turtle goes over to the side of RLG. He's gonna be immobilized by Puppet on string. Super Era trying to hop away. Left, right, center. Gets the crossbow tank off. Super Nemo will now try to escort him out. Leon Esports once more escapes without any casualty. As Water jumps back in. Looks for Carl. Couldn't get the kill.
So RLG are very good at juggling damage. Oh, Super Era does not get caught out!
Getting saved in the body block from Agi. Oh, they try, but it's a double kill for Super Era.
Oh! From down under! Crikey! A bloody spear of destruction taking down Super Era!
It's a way closer game than game 1, that's for sure. This replay, woo, right on the money.
I did not see that coming. It turned me Australian for a second there. Amazing! But now, here's a punish from RLG.
And Super Nemo is out of there. Flicker out of Joviana too. Top tier 1 goes to Leon. I guess even after that outplay, RLG got a trade, but Leon ends up with a slight advantage.
Look at the money, the bank on Miguel. He is unbothered. No one's touched him. No one's seen him. He's up 500 gold from Super Era, but between the two junglers, that's where the difference lies. That's where this lead from Leon is coming from.
Yeah, I mean, even for the side of Miguel, with this Moskov, you always have that macro advantage, right? Just because you can move around the map. SOD to join fight whenever needed. Carl's Flicker coming back up in 10 seconds. And the third turtle spawning on the top side.
Ashrit, though, seems to be the one who's struggling. Sure, there's enough damage threat to maybe scare away Super Era, scare away Agi, but a Joy with no kills doesn't really play as well as other assassins turned utility junglers. So here they're threatening a turtle take. AOG starting it up.
Actually landing onto use. So that's going to be a hard guard and Revitalize. Come out, RLG finds the turtle. SOD does miss. 3-man knockout Earth Shadow into an armor. Shadow Q also committed. Carl actually ends up going down. Astrid goes to the back line, but doesn't have enough damage. They do take down Super Nemo, but now Astrid stuck in a very rough spot, trying to dance around Agi. Juviana with the support fire, double kill for Joy, but Leon also gets the trade.
Costly for Leon Esports to contest. And this whole while, Miguel was left down bottom again. The story of game 2, no one is paying attention to Miguel. If you don't look at Miguel, he's gonna start skywalking on all of y'all, and it'll be over. Who do they send? Water's not enough. Super Era, I don't think Super Era can win a 1v1 against Miguel, not right now, not without a Wind of Nature. So now we're seeing Ashrit get his groove on, get his bearings in this game. The threat is real. And Aura can make sure that he can get out of those situations alive.
Agi is going to be the target. Good flicker to get out of trouble. So Carl also trades his. They use the feather airstrike onwards. Good control onto Use. AOG now follow up. Use just could not catch a break. He's going to end up going down. Super Era now joins the fight. Miguel stops him from getting in range for the crossbow tank. So Leon walks away with 1.
Defensive use of the Heart Guard, keeping the core members of RLG alive. This is but a sigh of relief for Leon Esports. A silver lining to the very difficult and tumultuous early to mid game that they've experienced at the hands of Miguel, at the hands of Ashrit, and again, just the mechanical brokenness of having a hero like Angela, who I think in the next 5 or 6 minutes should be taking advantage of the fact that they're not dealing with waves yet. When they start dealing with waves, that'll be trouble for Aura. And now Miguel's spotted here! No Wind of Nature just yet! The shutdown by Water!
Yeah, solo kill. That is big. They save the kid, the top tier 1 up, and now Lord just spawned. No shadow kill for Lord, no problem. As they will take the bottom for themselves. Use just found his winter crown. They do see Carl. They get taunted up. Now they turn on the Carl. Carl's gonna jump away. Use comes in with the help of the hard guard. They get the knockout and the kick over onto Water, and that allows Astrid to come in and find the steal onto the Lord. But now they gotta get out. The price should not be death, but it seems like that will be the case. Crossbow tank goes up. Transfer onto Aura. He's trying to run away. Even commits the flicker. Leon finds tree at the price of a Lord.
Pyrrhic victory for RLG. If the real goal was just to get a... Oh my god! Miguel!
You got him again! No! Turn away! The replay coming at the right time, because that was PG-18. We cannot see Miguel going down like that 2 times in a row.
TVMA, if you're from the States, that was unacceptable. I'm halfway happy that we didn't see it, but you know, my mind filled in the blanks. Like I saw how it happened, and Miguel just said, you know, Leroy Jenkins, I won't let you do this again. The joke was on him though.
Carl actually gets jumped on. Good angle from Astrid, but crossbow tank goes off. Now he needs to dash away. Not enough damage to take him down, but at the cost of use again. This ambition from RLG might just end up costing them more. No more hard guard means Aura ends up going down. That's a mega kill for Super Era. And now they're gonna chase this cat down. Astrid, nowhere to go. Shadows everywhere. Taunted up. Few blades to the face. That's 3 down for RLG.
Shades of RLG playing in their group stage matches. You saw moments like this from when they played against their opponents to qualify for the playoffs. There would be moments where I'm in too deep. Let me just keep going. That was RLG buying time, I would assume. But despite the 2 turtles, despite the lord that they got, they're currently down on economy. 4,000 between Leon Esports and RLG right now. And I was about to say, hey, they need anti-shielding. They need to quell the recovery that the Heart Guard gives, the shields that the Baksha and the Cho have. But looking at the items on Leon, no, they're just brute forcing their way into these kills.
And it's working out. Look at that. Stardom side for Juviana too. Even more big numbers. Leon Esports said this is a meaningful lead, right? Just 4.7k lead. Second lord spawning in less than a minute. Astrid spotted out. Bottom jungle is completely barren. So there's really not much place for RLG to go to.
Lord spawning in the lower quarter. And in the top lane is where Miguel is buying time. The conceal. What's Leon thinking?
You should see that. And now, Carl. Not really sure if that's where you want to go, but I guess he is dead anyways.
And with a man down, RLG don't want to fight, but they find Use.
And UC is in so much trouble. There's the Winter Crown out. Supposed to save that for the crossbow tank, but I guess they didn't have the chance to do so. Now, right now, the Lord is going to go over to Leon 99% of the time. But the first Lord, Carl was around to kick water away, but not for this one.
Water not leaving anything to chance, even with the absence of all of his opponents from RLG. Retributions, just to be sure, just to be safe. And now they're on their way to match point. How did they recover? Amazing, the mid-game pivot by Leon Esports. You know what? I reckon it's off of the performance of the 18-year-old from Laos, Juviana, sitting at 3-0-6. He has the best KDA of all the members of Leon Esports right now, even better than Super Era.
Oh, for sure. Even the layering of their crowd control is crazy, right? Like earlier on, a couple minutes ago, they caught Yus, who uses his ultimate, plus Revitalize, had a hard guard on him, and they still took him down with just raw damage. Now the second Lord is really going to cause some serious structural destruction. Double wave plus Lord up in the top lane. Leon Esports setting up for a push.
I hate to say I told you so, but I told you so. This RLG draft not very good when it comes to the defense, clearing waves. They have to concede this top lane inhibitor, and there's a big fat wave coming through mid and bot.
And Super Nemo just got Blade Armor too. He hits hard, but you hit him as well. He hits back hard. Here comes Conceal, Super Nemo. Actually, the 3-man Jikundo Revitalize gets used very, very early on. He has a hard guard, plus he has to find out RLG just so they could take the second inhibitor down bottom. And now the side lanes are permanently damaged.
Leon Esports taking the disciplined route, slow rolling their way into the inevitable. Mid lane, up next on the docket. They got their eyes set on this major target. There's a bare base left to RLG.
That's going to be the fireworks from the artillery strikes by the airstrike. AOG, Carl loses his immortality. Crossbow tank actually goes up, absorbed a majority of the RLG shield. Super Era needs to be very careful. They're gonna start running at him. Up in the string even connects as well. There's the SOD from Miguel, but he's not gonna take it. There's no space for him to do so. They turn on the Juviana with another re-engage, but at the cost of use.
This is a clear sign for Leon Esports to take it slow. Slow the roll. The flicker from Agi gets taken out by Miguel. Ashrit goes.
This triple kill from Miguel and a bit of a careless positioning from Agi. Sees Ashri right in front of him, pops the feather airstrike anyway, ended up expanding his flicker. Sure, they took down the Joy, but it gives Miguel a triple kill. And that is step 1 to recovery.
I was just about to say, Leon Esports were going to take it slow, but instead they get punished hard. Point blank, SOD misses. Super Era, forces the engage, the kick!
Needles and Flower. And Super Era, that's the Rose Gold Media. Uh-oh, he's in the air. With the Inspire, that's a godlike 4-1-1.
And it's as if RLG wasn't happy with the possible comeback. They just throw it out the window. Carl overstays his welcome. Much like his jawhead from the group stage, flickers into the abyss. They're a man down and they can't even contest the Lord. Score for Leon.
Leon Esports in a powerful position now. This Lord can enable them to close out the game. 16 minutes in, it's not involved just yet. But with no inhibitors for the side of RLG, it looks very possible for Leon to just end it in one fell swoop.
They're sinking the waves. Lord in mid, chubby waves up top and bottom. Leon Esports have one go at this. They know that the firepower is real. The threat is there. In comes Ashrit. Oh, it's Yus!
Oh, feather airstrike as well. Yus in the thick of it as they try to clear out the Lord, but they end up losing Ashrit and Yus. Now it's all down to Miguel as Aura goes down. One last SOD. Miguel needs to hero play, but there's 2 catapults around, and Leon just blasts the crystal. And now that's 2-0 for the Laotians. One more game, and they're off to grand finals.
You said thick of it. That's a KSI song. Definitely the song came first before the idiomatic expression. RLG left reeling, in ruins. They don't know how it could have gone so wrong. They had a great mid-game. There was an option for them to slow roll it, play it safe from the mid to the late, but some way, somehow, Leon Esports still with Super Era as their MVP takes the game, takes the about to take the series. They're at match point.
Yeah, it's man, Super Era with this 1-1 pick, right, eventually paid off. This is definitely a better game for RLG. Miguel was put in a pretty tough position. They backed everything on the Angela, but again, we saw the limitations, right? We saw the limitations of the Angela. There's only so much you can do. You have health pool, but what truly matters is if you have enough damage. And sadly, for RLG, they just don't have enough to tear through the backlines.
You know what's all the more impressive, Husky, is the fact that they're stuck to their guns and they only built one anti-heal item, and that is the glowing wand on Agi. Am I missing anything? Because that's the only anti-heal I'm seeing from Leon Esports, and they were able to melt through the Baksha, the Cho, and the Heartguard through sheer execution and that singular glowing wand.
Oh yeah, I just one glowing one was enough. Everything else was just straight up brute force from Leon, and they have more than enough damage. Like even Juviana investing in the Starlim site as we get close to that late game. Not to mention that RLG, all these engages have to be very properly thought out, because you cannot just run into Leon. They have a lot of crowd control. They have a lot of burst damage. Because you see all these dives from mid to late game, they find a trade, and then somewhere they're losing their backline to the shadow kill of water. They're getting crowd control. 2-3-man Earth Shadow by Juviana. It is definitely not an easy game for them to play. They play a better game for sure, but Leon Esports just play a better macro game overall.
Oh, look at this. The beautiful counter to the perfect kick found by Carl. Would have been perfect if not only it was done on Super Era. Amazing work. Again, you mentioned brute force. Leon Esports is the equivalent of a brute with the mind of a PhD philosopher. So basically Bane. from Batman. He's just a smart, big, buff guy. That's what Leon Esports is. How does RLG solve this problem? We'll find out in just a bit when we come back. Match point, possibly the last game coming your way here in this best of 5. Leon Esports, 1 win away from making it to the grand finals. You're watching the M Challenge Cup. We'll be right back.
ここは俺に任せてもらった。4代目他を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
私はもっと強くなる。
シャリンガンの本当の力をな。
Welcome back to the M Challenge Cup. His name is Husky and my name is Leo, and the team in the lead is Leon Esports. Not a single point on the board just yet for RLG Vietnam. And truth be told, last game was close. I could have sworn they might have scored on us, and I thought that my prediction could still be possible, but for that to happen, they have to go the long way round.
Yeah, and so far RLG, they pulled out 2 different play styles, but both of them had failed. They played a conventional way. They got rolled over by Leon Esports. They brought out their healer, the Angela. They had a better start, but still ended up getting rolled over by Leon Esports. It just took a bit longer. It took 2 lords and I think 16.5 minutes. So right now RLG, I think they gotta make a choice, right? Do they still stick with their healer, maybe bring out the Florin this time, or go back to conventional, but don't lose all 3 lanes?
It's match point once again for Leon. And if you thought that the first series of the night was quick in the 3-1 by Nightmare, then you got something else coming. I got a feeling in me that this might be it, because RLG have yet to show us anything. Sure, they drafted close to winning draft, because again, they did take control of the first 6-7 minutes of the game, but as soon as Leon Esports found their footing, that was it. Sure, there were highlight moments, close calls, but nothing really that comes close to what anyone could call a win. So with that said, how else does RLG respond? Do you have any theories, Husky? What do you suggest RLG do to maybe take us to game 4, to game 5 maybe?
I think for RLG, you pick winning lanes, pick lanes that can get priority. I feel like they had some very good ideas in game 2. Even if we scrap the Angela, right? They have a draft that can move pretty fast with Joy, with the Baxia, with Moskov. So they already have the foundation. Again, that mid lane, if it's not an Angela, I would definitely suggest like Yi, Farsa, Novaria for all I care. Someone that can get quick prio, but also move with the team to support the other lanes. Because when you play Angela, you're effectively putting the burden onto your jungler or your marksman, which in this case they were not able to fulfill because it was a bit too heavy. So I think you start from there, get priority, and then try to get an advantage somewhere, right? Like get your jungler ahead, bleed that advantage to one of your lanes. Because so far they've been just going neutral with Leon.
And it starts in the draft. I agree with you. If in game 1 they just tried to give Leon Esports a heat check, and in game 2 they tried to cheese out by finessing the Angela into the lineup, here it's gotta be full-on priority. Start the game trying to win immediately, but don't overheat. Again, that's a legit threat for a lot of teams, even for the best of the best. That if you overheat and you overextend in the early, you get punished hard. And we know that Leon Esports can punish hard. The opening bans for Coach Trecartista of Leon, the Matilda, and the Zushin, while RLG take out, oh my god, they hate water. They take out the Fanny and the Hayabusa.
Just starting to target the jungle picks. I think it's very reasonable. They banned a Joy too. I was about to call that. So no Fanny, no Joy, no Hayabusa. Baxia is still open. Kalea is still open. And Trecartista goes for Kalea.
Okay, so this is a clear bait, no? Because instead of taking the Baxia first, Leon goes, make my day, RLG. We're gonna Kalea, despite you going for the sure Baxia and then stealing away Super Eras 1-1. This is frustrating because Trecartista knows that these are the trades, and RLG knows that they want to get these trades, but Leon seems to see it coming from a mile away.
Let's see if they go. I was about to say Jusin, but Jusin is banned out. Fred. What else? If they don't go Fred, there is still Suyo that they can consider. Or you could just pick your Granger, your Farsa Granger here, and then you can pick your like a Lancelot later. So your Granger also works.
Yep. So now Leon is threatening RLG, forcing them to say, hey, pick good magic dealers or else get punished hard. So is this the FARSA here? If this isn't the FARSA, then what is it?
They better ban it. If
A-
they don't pick Farsa, it has to be banned.
A jungler? Unless the Baksha is a jungler?
I think they need to keep the Baksha option open. I mean, Badang is still open.
That's true. But this lineup isn't very badangable, in my opinion. There's a lot of ways to get out of the wall.
They can pick Lucas and then ban the Valentina.
Yep, they should. This is the all-in. There's very little give in RLG's draft.
Okay. So I think the Valentina gets banned here. They could take the Farsa for themselves in 4th pick. And then you keep the Baksha open for R5. Again, they should be able to see the pattern already. But no, they ban the CC instead, which is also fine. It's a big threat to the Lucas, regardless of which lane the Lucas is.
Oh. Anti-cheese. Leon Esports has had it with the Angela. Would not be surprised if that last ban is a Florin. And then they go from there. I think they made their bed. They made their mind. And have resolved in saying, yeah, water's going to be tough. You're going to get blasted from a mile away with the magic damage. But just hold out, son.
Alright, so giving respect to the Angela, I can understand that sentiment, right? Angela, Lucas. Yeah, it's Suyo can't really handle the Lucas, nor can the Granger. This one has the Kimmy is also open. Not really sure if Leon would consider the Kimmy in their last 2 picks. It is an option, but they could also go for what else, like a Farsa, Vex, Eve. Because I'm still going to assume that Farsa goes over to RLG.
Hold up. RLG banned the glue. So are they giving Leon Esports the hard choice of, do you Kimmy Granger or do you Granger Farsa because we're gonna Valentina? There's no way RLG gives the Valentina. It's too much of a threat to the Lucas.
Yeah, and Leon bans Kimmy. So they are not even going to entertain that choice.
So
it should
Valentina
be a Valentina,
or bust,
right?
Yeah, Valentina or bust, and then Leon gets the Farsa. Wow, they protect the Suyo in a roundabout way.
They're still thinking about it. Oh, they take the Luo Yi.
I don't think that's wise.
I think you Valentina here? You can Valentina or Farsa, right? Like there's now
I'd
more
say you
options
Valentina.
for Leon. Yeah,
I'd say you Valentina. There it is.
Valentina. We're so good at
Leon
this.
Esports, they still need an EXP. Man, imagine if you were at a world championship.
Hold up!
What? XP lane Valentina!
Here we go. Trequartista with the Juviana Valentina.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. When was the last time we saw an XP lane Farsa? XP lane Vexana?
You mean Valentina?
There it is.
Last?
RLG. RLG played an XP lane Valentina.
It was by... Was it by Yus? It's by the King, right? I don't remember. There's so many different players
Let's
on that team.
It was by the King, and it was against ESB Titans. It was in this very same spot wherein they needed to play the Valentina no matter what happens, but it was flanked by utility junglers.
Huh. So the final pick for RLG is a Franco too.
Okay, so interesting. It's a Lucas jungle and the Baksha EXP. Like this was very different. This was Leon is playing with an assassin jungler. Leon is just Leon is just styling on us.
Yeah, because I was thinking maybe like I don't know, Export Kylos got thought. Phobias was still open, I think. I'm leaning towards Leon, but I'm leaning towards them because they play better. But wow, this is a big wild card. This is a big curveball. It's such a
Yeah.
roundabout way too. On blue side,
Fundamentally, draft-wise, this is very dangerous. But knowing what Leon Esports is capable of, especially even in almost uncomebackable situations, I'm talking about game 2. That was really rough for them. A little faith might go a long way. Here we go. Game number 3. Match point for Leon Esports against RLG.
these kind of drafts in Malaysia, the moment you lock it in, you're gonna end up on Facebook before the game even starts. That's how unreliable most of our fans feel about it. We've seen Valentina XP like once or twice. Didn't really work out too. So I really am excited to see what Leon has to make out of it. RLG did find success on it, but like you said, it was with a utility jungler, not with an assassin.
Yeah. And Husky, it took about 20 minutes against ESB. It took 20 minutes for them to close the game up. Oh.
Oof. Almost closed out Carl's there. So again, Franco. They're putting pressure mid, top side. It's a very early gank. Juviana goes down as first blood. That's what we want to see.
And that's the punish you get. You mess around, you find out there's not much a Valentina can do, even with a flicker. Once a Baksha and a Lucas have ill intentions. Leon now on recovery mode. How do they make up for the death on Juviana up top? Because again, playing with the Valentina is already a two-step plan. Playing it in EXP is a even bigger ask. Oh, Aura's in trouble.
No, there's one way to do it. You take out Aura. But overall, this is a mid laner that doesn't care about hitting level 4 when the turtle spawns. As long as you have your other two abilities, that's good enough. Level 4 is a bonus. And plus, they have used to open the map anyways. So it's a smaller price to pay. Now, turtle spawning on the top side, Juviana really wants his level 4, but he's gonna take a while to get to it.
It's also an odd choice of skill here. The Purify on the low E. I don't know how often you see this, but even the best of the best, M6 World Champion Super Friends rarely goes Purify with his low E. He always goes Flicker. So, Turtle starts up now. RLG looking to contest.
But the S, right? Here comes the Beast. Juviana trying to look for a target. The Turtle actually gets stolen away by Agi. Now Juviana with the stolen Unleash the Beast is gonna find himself and his team another kill. So Leon actually ends up coming out on top.
Leon Esports back in the driver's seat, propelling fourth in value. This was a close call. Look, as the Suyo, I would worry about trying to get back into position, but luckily, after the retry, there was a salvo of the failed airstrike that still secured it for Leon. So, you know, safe. It went to the Laotian squad, and that's what explains why they're up now almost 2,000 gold. Wow, 2,000 gold in 3 minutes.
I was trying to figure out what happened to Astrid in that fight. The moment he dashed in with the flash tap, he instantly got grabbed by Super Nemo and slammed into the ground and then ate the fatal airstrike. The timing was couldn't have been better. There's a diversion to the bottom lane. They could cut off this rotation, but didn't even attempt to do so. Did they not know where Leon was going? I'm pretty surprised that they decided to just show themselves like that.
Husky, that's cold feet. That looks like it's cold feet. Super Nemo!
Yeah, well, his feet is going to go cold for the next 12 seconds. That's the second death on the Aura.
So from RLG hesitating to Leon Esports just going straight for it. What explains this? Why is there a hook?
Oh, they're going to lose Carl too. The Bloody Hunt is not going to amount to anything. I think it's just, do you play to win or do you play to not lose? Because right now, Leon Esports are playing to win. Juviana flickers out. Here comes the Beast Bomb. Not doing too much damage just yet, but they're willing to fight this. Another Tidal Strike, and now Astrid transforms into the Nine-Tailed Beast. Jumps in with the flash combo. Takes out Super Nemo. Water next on the menu. Able to dash away just in time. That diversion was on vision. And Aura actually takes it alone. Uh-oh. Not really in the best spot, but Yus comes in to bail him out. Into an Iron Hook. Juviana double dash away for the airstrike counter off cooldown. This is such a long extended fight, and Aji picks up an extra kill.
Fancy feet. Juviana used to playing in the paint. Very much familiar with trench warfare. Understands the ins and outs, the bobbing and weaving. Fancy footwork. Keeps him alive and even serves up a kill. Down goes Yus. That must have been frustrating for RLG, opening up the second turtle of the game to Leon Esports once more.
Slain the turtle.
They have a Franco in the purple buff. Maybe you can catch Water and kill him off when he goes to retrieve that objective. He's gonna beeline towards the top lane. Doesn't even care about his buff.
Leon Esports, ever the wiser. What gave him the sign that there was shenanigans afoot, that there was skullduggery? Whoa!
They lost Miguel. And the jig is up top too, so they end up getting nothing from that. Maybe Carl will find something, but that Evo Qualler just enough to give Leon a hint of where RLG might be.
Amazing read on the map by Leon Esports.
I think, was that a good read, or did he just see a fat wave top and went there? I can't tell, but I would assume it's a good read.
Either way, Leon Esports made all the correct decisions. They made the right calls. Even if it was a two-man rotation, Juviana and Water, they still would have died to the Lucas and to the Franco, and I think there was some backup there. Leon Esports outsmarting even an already in position RLG. Oh, Tsunami Slam.
As they make a diversion play to the bottom jungle, they lose use. Sky Piercer too strong. And the timing just slightly off. They got the orange buff, but once more they missed the Suyo. The aggro on the golem gave Water the information that someone was waiting for him, so that's the second attempt on his life foiled.
Smart decisions and trades by Leon. They give up the orange for the push up top while keeping Mess alive. Carl looking for a hook here. Misses. The stolen Unleash the Beast, putting the rest of RLG away from this push. Oh, they're just buying time for this turtle take down bottom.
I'm willing to bet 100% he double tap his ultimate. A small little detail. Juviana clears our bottom wave. Now turtle spawns. Another diversion being used, and then off angle in the jungle itself.
Whoa.
Let's see if they can find the big jackpot.
Oh, here we go. They hear it.
Water able to dash away and just retreat the jungler. So the turtle, not really what they want. Flash combo in, and they still end up losing the fight. They lose everyone. Miguel wants to save the fight, but they're gonna get jumped on by a fake 9-kill beast, Juviana, and Water getting the shutdown. So Leon Esports gets 4 for nothing.
That must be deflating. When you thought you had the upper hand and you could have sworn they were going to crumble underneath your full-on salvo of ults and better positioning, Leon Esports still were able to get the objective and turn on RLG. RLG are reeling right now, folded in half. What is this, an 8,000 gold lead? A 9,000 gold lead in 8 minutes?
I think it's just they had the right idea, but the target selection was all wrong. They were jumping onto a Kalea. While there's the far side, the Granger firing at them. They could have jumped the backline and give the turtle away. That's what I feel. Now they have to, bear the brunt of that. This 9k goal lead is just a prelude for what's to come, because it's about to get even worse. Trying to keep the holy defense on. Miguel lost half his health bar with just one pop of the feather airstrike. There goes the top lane holy defense.
So far, the only kills Leon Esports have conceded to RLG are on Super Nemo and Juviana in the early game. Now, it's deja vu. Game 1, Game 2, now Game 3. Leon Esports have found a way to get back into a dominant position. Yus gets smashed here. Is it just me, or what's going on? Juviana's IMU has no cooldown. What's going on?
Yeah, he's decided to be coming out so fast. That's a purify usage. They almost took out Miguel. Agi even committing the flicker. What is Astrid doing there? Your team is not ready. They find a kill and they escape. Now they might lose the inhibitor. NG cleaning out the siege minimum in time. Miguel doing all the heavy lifting. RLG finds a shutdown.
And this is all before the Lord. Husky, I'll tell you now, in the mayhem, we may have missed a diversion. So that is exactly what Ashton was doing in the back line. And I think he took Yus with him, or Carl, and they took that diversion with very little in terms of follow-through. And again, when you're put up against a wall like this, desperate measures are called on by desperate times, and this is a very desperate time. You're down What is this? Oh my god, 11,000 gold? This is all you could do, a full-on diversion, what?
The Super Era still escapes and turns around with a killing spree. That's a 2-for for him. Give him a triple whammy as they casually lose the Lord to Aura. Not that it matters though, still a maniac. A quadruple takedown for Super Era.
Mamarin raised no quitter. And fortune favors the bold. If they did not attempt the full-on diversion, they would not have scored the Lord, but they also wouldn't have conceded 4 deaths. That was a close call, a technical wipeout by Leon Esports. Miguel just barely got away. I'd say that is a loss. You'll still count that as a loss for RLG.
Yeah. At least they're still in the game. Because this Lord would have cracked some inhibitors. So they have that to count as their blessings. So you keep
okay, halfway L.
Bloody Hunt. But to follow up, there's just not enough damage. Super Era straight up godlike. Uses out caught in the crossfire. That's another double kill for him. It's a free 2 kills. Flicker forwards. Tsunami Slam. That's a triple kill. Given a hat trick. Is he gonna get the Savage this time to close out the upper bracket? Semi-finals, Miguel and Aura very low. Water even going in, trying to attempt for a kill. Drops low, no problem. Falls right back. Mid inhibitor, top inhibitor, both fall. And Leon now looking for the final blow. Super Nemo goes right in, tries to find a grab. Purify is used, but the crystal will be focused down. And Leon Esports are going straight to the grand finals and eliminating RLG.
A show of sportsmanship from the #1 squad in Laos. A dominant sweep. Unbelievable. RLG left in shambles. Still, Carl seems to be in good spirits. Congratulations to Leon Esports. They are moving on to the grand finals, ready to face off against their fated rivals. The #1-2 team out of Laos, the more well-known team. They've been representing Laos and the Mekong in the MLBB Esports scene for quite a while. Nightmare Esports.
Just as the prophecy foretold, we will get that fated best of 7 tomorrow. MVP once more. Super Era is the one that is getting the most kills, but also just clean performance on every hero he puts his hands on. Granger, 1-1, getting a maniac, almost a savage in towards the end of this game, and putting RLG to bed, telling them, hey, we might be playing Ho Chi Minh. And it's a quick trip back home. Unfortunately for RLG, this is where the journey ends. $500 is all they get.
And a minimum 1,000 grand locked in for Leon Esports and Nightmare. And if I may say so myself, Leon looks like they really want to punch that ticket to Riyadh.
One step away to doing so. And if they make it to Riyadh, this could be the first time in a long time that we see them. Have they ever even made it to a wildcard? I don't remember. My memory doesn't serve me well enough because it's always been Legion and Nightmare. This could be their first entry to the international stage if they take down Nightmare. And that would be a heartbreak for Nightmare for sure. But it's also a good sign that the region of Laos is continuously evolving and growing and producing more and more talents.
Juviana has experienced playing in the wild card, the very first wild card in M5. He was there playing for Nightmare.
Yep.
Now, on the other side of the fence, he's playing for Legion, for Leon. So this is somewhat of a homecoming for Juviana and Leon Esports if they do make it. But yeah, there is a best of 7 waiting for them.
Yeah, will be a story to tell, making it to wildcards on 2 different teams, and better yet, knocking out your previous team, who you managed to make it there with. It's going to be a historical moment for the Laos region for sure, as we marvel in Leon Esports' performance. It just feels flawless, right? Like, this is a team, we say that it's a plus point that there are imports for some of these teams. We usually go full local, but for Leon, it's a full-on local lineup, except for the coach, Trequartista, right? We haven't really had much Thai coaches on the international stage, so that's another plus point for Leon if they make it through tomorrow.
I'm wondering what Trequartista feeds his boys, because I'll tell you now, it's true. Legion is the #1 team out of Mekong, out of Vietnam for the past few years. But being part of the Mekong broadcast, right? Having seen this region grow before my very eyes, I think Leon Esports is playing the cleanest out of anyone I've ever seen, like cleaner than even Legion sometimes. So now we have confirmed our best of 7 grand finals here in the M Challenge Cup. Nightmare Esports, Leon Esports, both the best out of Laos, fighting for that slot in the MSC wildcard.
I can't wait for Sunday. This is going to be happening on Sunday for all of those who are watching. So the teams get 2 days of rest before they fight for not just 3 grand, 3K, but also a slot to MSC wildcard, a trip to Riyadh in a month to join the rest of the wildcard teams to play on that big stage, to really experience something like never before in the Boulevard. And of course, to expand their horizons, right? Especially for some of these players who have never have the opportunity to step out into the world. They are one step away.
Amazing work. Once again, 1,000 grand at least. Well, 1 grand at least confirmed for these two teams, and the priceless opportunity to play in MSC. Once again, congratulations to both Nightmare and to Leon Esports for making it this far. We'll see you guys on Sunday. We're wrapping up tonight's show. Thank you, Husky. Thank you, Noel. Thank you to everyone in the back end making the M Challenge Cup possible. My name is Leo, at your service. I hope you guys had a fun time tonight. We'll see you guys on Sunday.